provide to those public proposals, yeah, or in staff comments. So we can talk more in committee specifically for our position.
Any other questions, Ms. Carlson-Van?
Thanks. So back to Ninilchik, I'm just kind of curious if or how the department does any assessment on impacts of the hatchery harvest and on wild stocks that are also commingling.
Yeah, through the chair. So there's a department genetics policy that we follow at the Ninilchik River Project. So while we're operating the broodstock collection, we are removing excess hatchery fish in hopes to reduce any influence on the age and size composition from the hatchery component onto the wild component. And yeah.
Through the chair, we haven't done any assessment to address any potential impacts, but it's something that we've been consistently monitoring over time to see any changes in biological compositions or age compositions of the run as it comes. So we're collecting the data, but nothing to directly assess any genetic impacts to the wild stock.
So if you're proposing to increase bag limits to help address some of this, increase the more hatchery fish, could there be an impact just in terms of, angler education or miseducation? You got more people, you're increasing a bag limit. Could there be more incidental harvest on wild stocks that you don't want to have happen? And if so, how would you prepare to mitigate that?
Yeah, through the chair. I think, we have our finger on the pulse of this fishery. And there's certainly, some miseducation out there, but I think, for the most part, the anglers on this fishery are somewhat self-policing. And help me.
If you increase bag limits, they will come. Look at the Russian, right? So, I'm just trying to think, if you have more people down there, you're going to have an education curve, right? But, so I'm just
Sure.
wondering, are you anticipating, could there be a potential impact on those wild stocks? Are you anticipating that? Are you going to manage for that? And if so, how?
Through the chair to Ms. Carlson-Van Doort, it's kind of a balancing act for providing this harvest opportunity on hatchery fish while trying to minimize any effects to the wild component. We're dependent on the wild component to be able to provide the broodstock for backstocking the Ninilchik with hatchery fish. So there's a little bit of prioritization with the fish as they're coming back. For where we are right now with the stocking level, we know that we have a surplus of hatchery fish that could be taken advantage of by anglers with a liberalization of the sport fishing regulations. But with that, we still have a wild escapement goal to monitor the wild stock to ensure that we're with adequate wild escapement for the system as well. And given that there's so few other king salmon opportunities, we've really worked with enforcement staff to be on the river for when it's opened. I think we're progressing in a path to ramp up our monitoring and management as needed with this increased opportunity.
Thank you. I'm really encouraged to hear that because, if you provide that additional opportunity, people are going to take advantage of it, particularly because there aren't a lot of other options to go catch a king salmon, right? And I agree with you. I think it's largely enforcement. So anyways, I'll stop on that. And then I had one other question related to North Gulf Coast. And on slide 16, you said there's no in-season assessment or emergency orders with respect to those king salmon fisheries. And I'm just wondering why. and whether or not there's any concern for king salmon in the North Gulf Coast and how they're being sort of caught, utilized, whatever.
Sure, through the
Killed.
chair. Yeah, Board Member Carlson Van Dort. Yeah, so in the North Gulf Coast, we stock those fish. So during the time frame in the summer when people are coming to harvest them, the vast majority of those fish in the terminal harvest area are hatchery fish. We don't have an in-season assessment. We don't, I'd say, want those fish to go into the freshwater streams, but there's very little, almost none documented wild king salmon populations in the Resurrection Bay drainage.
So if you're trying to focus on just the terminal harvest area, I'm wondering why that extends to the entirety of Resurrection Bay, because that's a pretty big area, right? If you're focusing on terminal, hatchery, king salmon fisheries, why that isn't farther up inside, knowing that there are king salmon that are bound for other areas that are caught in Resurrection Bay.
So do you mean as far as where the line is for the Resurrection Bay? So that line is out there a ways, like Cape Ialic to Resurrection Bay. I can go back to that on the slide here. It's tiny, but you can see up there, that's the line for that area. So I guess, just to clarify, you're saying why isn't the line further out or further in?
Further in, if you're trying to focus effort on terminal hatchery harvest, that's a pretty
Sure, yeah. And
wide area between those 2 points.
yeah, through the chair, I see your point, yeah. And, that line was established in regulation, I believe it was in 1992. And it was actually drawn for the lingcod restriction because there's no lingcod harvest allowed in that area. So that's the same line that's been utilized since then.
Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Swenson and Mr. Wood.
Through the chair, what would you estimate is the mortality rate of a caught and released king salmon?
Through the chair to Member Swenson, I'm assuming we're talking about the Ninilchik for freshwater fisheries. Typically, the department uses a 10%. I think that's my microphone, sorry. Let me try a different one. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Typically, for our freshwater fisheries, we assume a natural mortality of 10% or less for freshwater king salmon fisheries. Ultimately, mortality is going to increase for those fish that are hooked in more mortal locations. So it depends on the hooking location, but generally we consider the mortality with catch and release to be 10% or less.
Why would you say it's more in one area than another?
Yeah, thanks. I generally freshwater and saltwater, those fish are very different. Our saltwater fish that we have here in Cook Inlet are feeder king salmon that aren't necessarily as physiologically tightened up with their scales. So touching those fish, you'll see those fish lose their scales. I think Southeast Alaska, they use a little bit higher of a catch and release mortality for their saltwater fisheries.
I know from a substantial experience of fishing for king salmon that if you just dump them back in the water, then, many times we took a king salmon and sometimes spent 10 minutes with it before releasing it. And I think if they're released properly, I don't even think you have a 10% mortality. But that means that those people have to know what they're doing. So, for whatever that's worth. I don't know if there's a way to educate them more on that sort of thing. I used to watch I had a cabin at Lake Creek, and I watched guides up there, or not guides, but people who were just fishing, out of state. And they just turn around and turn the net over and dump the fish in the water. Well, if that fish goes away upside down, it's dead. So, a lot of it has to do is how they're educated in releasing those fish too, and that might be something to consider.
Through the chair to Member Swenson, one additional regulation that we have here in the Lower Kenai Peninsula streams is a regulation that prohibits the removal of king salmon that are intended to be released. So we do have additional regulations to protect king salmon for when they're being released.
You mean you don't release them from the water?
You can't
Or
remove
you
them
can't
from the
bring 'em out of
water
the
if you're,
water.
correct.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Okay, slide 7, and it talk about the winter harvest, and that seems very significant, the amount of activity from rugged Alaskans fishing in winter, trolling. And I guess I was wondering, you hear a lot about the fish genetically are not from Cook Inlet. You talked about the summer fishery there on slide 6, 530 kings, 241 kings that are in Cook Inlet kings. Do you know in the wintertime how many Cook Inlet kings are being harvested? And then genetically, where are the kings that are being harvested out here in the winter fishery coming from?
Through the chair to Member Wood, the genetic stock composition of the winter fishery is less than 1% Cook Inlet stocks. And so if you look at the current harvest levels that we're seeing on average is about 5,000 kings. That would be less than 50 Cook Inlet kings during the winter period. The stock composition for that genetic reporting group for the all other stocks, we didn't look at that genetically, but we do have coded wire tag data to give us some additional information for the stocks that are comprising that genetic reporting group for outside of Cook Inlet. In the 4 years that we did that project, we saw fish from release locations throughout the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Southeast Alaska. We feel that the harvest in these mixed stocked fisheries, particularly Lower Cook Inlet summer fishery and the winter fishery, is highly mixed of all stocks from throughout the Northwest.
When you say all stocks, do you mean wild and hatchery?
Correct, wild and hatchery.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I've got a couple, Mike, and if you're going to cover it elsewhere in your next presentation or somewhere else during proposals, just say so and I'll wait. But I spoke to you a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and it related to this idea that we are being asked on several proposals to either look at or increase GHLs on some of the fisheries out here. And you gave us a list of tools in order of priority from A to Z, whatever the numbers were. And my observation was I couldn't quantify what those tools would result in if they were implemented, and suggested to you, why not take a look at a time frame so that you broke it down into either quarters or thirds or whatever the appropriate one is on the fishery, and set individual quotas. If they meet them within that quarter, for instance, the fishery would shut down until the next quarter takes place so that we're not overfishing the GHL. Have you given that more thought? And if so, is it something that's feasible? Are you waiting for the electronic reporting to take place, or what's going on with that?
Thanks for the question again. Yes, in considering a further refinement within each fishery for time periods, the department currently doesn't have the ability to manage really any of these fisheries in season other than based on escapements for Cook Inlet stocks like we've been doing for the Upper Cook Inlet summer fishery, either preseason or in season, based on escapement trends. But for managing towards a guideline harvest level in each one of these fisheries, where we are right now, we don't have the ability to do that in season. As you mentioned, electronic logbook for charter operators is going to be required starting in '25. We may be able to do something with that down the road for in-season management, but I don't think we're prepared at this time for in-season management.
That was my next question. So there's nothing that the board should be taking up at this meeting that would implement that until we have a running record of how it works under the new system?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get on the record. Then second of all, and I think it addresses some of the questions raised earlier by the other Wood on the board. And the one report that I read that was on the website that isn't part of this presentation was one that you had authored called Chinook Salmon Sports Harvest Genetic Stock, yada, yada, yada. And within that was a table, Table 5, and it broke down Upper Cook Inlet, Lower Cook Inlet, summer, winter, et cetera, and gave the amount of fish that were caught under the code wire tag system. And even though the number of Cook Inlet fish were like you're describing, at 1% level, that's not the number of Alaska fish caught. So the Alaska fish, when I did the calculations, ended up being 12.2% for Lower Cook Inlet. Those fish, my question, I guess, to you is, those fish that are from Alaska, do we know which ones are coming from streams that are having problems meeting their SEGs or escapement goals, any escapement goal?
Chair Wood, the coded wire tag sampling that we did for this genetic study in 2014 to 2018, each year we detected both hatchery and wild stocks that have been coded wire tagged. The harvest of any one stock was really low overall, but in all years, we did have some wild southeast king salmon stocks harvested in Lower Cook Inlet.
Have you quantified that?
Yeah, for each stock that are coded wire tagged, the harvest would have been less than 100 fish annually.
And though I know it's not politically popular, do we know those streams down in British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon that have problems of their own meeting their escapement goals? How many of those fish were heading down that way?
We would only be able to look at that for the locations that we recovered tagged fish from. Given the diversity of tags that we recovered in each one of those years, no one stock was a large amount. But even for the hatchery components within some of the southern stocks, Oregon and Washington, if we're seeing the harvest of the hatchery component here, we're likely also harvesting a small number of their wild stock as well. So overall, the harvest in these fisheries is highly mixed. No one stock is being harvested at a high level, but there's some fish from everywhere being harvested. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Thank you. Let's go on to the next presentation. And yeah, I'll get you in a second. While the folks are changing tables, et cetera, a reminder to the audience, you have until 2 o'clock, which is approximately 7 minutes, to turn in your blue card, et cetera. So if you want your name on this list of people that'll be asked to testify, get those blue cards in now. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to start. go to the next presentation. I'll turn it over to staff. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, my name is Brittany Blaine Roth, and I'm the North Gulf Coast Sportfish Area Management Biologist. And I still have here with me Mike Booz, the Lower Cook Inlet Sportfish Area Management Biologist. And join us is Wyatt Ray Fournier, the Commercial Fisheries Division Area Research Biologist, and Martin Schuster. Oh, sure. And Martin Schuster, the new Commercial Fisheries Area Management Biologist. Is that better? All right, so today we're going to go over in detail some information specific to rockfish in the Cook Inlet and North Gulf Coast waters, including their current status and harvest trends. So while members of the board may be familiar with rockfish, we do want to take a moment to make sure the board is informed about what makes rockfish unique and what we have to consider when managing these fish. There are over 40 species of rockfish in Alaska waters, and they share similar habitat. In the south central area sport fisheries, we manage by assemblage, specifically pelagic and non-pelagic species, while the commercial fishery breaks assemblage down by pelagic shelf rockfish, demersal shelf, and slope rockfish. Pelagic rockfish are more of a midwater column schooling species that move around a bit more than their deeper dwelling demersal non-pelagic species such as yellow eye rockfish. Yellow eye rockfish have small home ranges, exhibit high site fidelity, as we've found in some of our deep water release studies in the Prince William Sound management area. So rockfish life history has some challenges to management. Rockfish live quite a long time. As an example, black rockfish live to, on average, around 30 years old, though this varies by their sex. While yellow eye rockfish live much longer, with the oldest documented yellow eye aged at over 100 years old, and their lifespans by sex have not been identified. Along with their long lifespan, they are also slow growing. Interestingly, black rockfish females appear to grow faster than males. Rockfish mature late in life. For black rockfish, males start maturing at around 5 years old and females at around 10 years old. And by 15 years old, they're all mature and reproducing. Also noteworthy is that in our sampling programs, older female black rockfish disappear from the harvest data at a younger age than males. For yellow eye rockfish, we found that approximately 50% of yellow eye rockfish are mature and reproducing at 17 years old, with typically all yellow eye rockfish reproducing once they're around 30 years old. So I point this out, this information to you on these fish and when they start to reproduce, because it's important to note when we start to discuss the size and age of fish harvested later in this presentation. Rockfish are also considered skip spawners, meaning that while it is assumed they can reproduce annually, they may skip a season, but to what extent is unknown and likely varies by species. And so while they may not reproduce each year, these fish have a very high fecundity, which is the number of eggs they carry. This varies by species, however, yellow eye rockfish fecundity is estimated on the high end at around 3 million eggs. Another thing that makes rockfish unique is they give live birth. They copulate, have a multiple month gestation period, and typically release larvae in the summer. However, black rockfish go through the reproductive cycle during a different time frame than many other pelagic species, and they release larvae in the winter. And finally, rockfish have a closed or physoclistic swim bladder, meaning that they can't easily release gases when they're brought to the surface. Gases get trapped in their body cavity when brought to the surface, and they suffer from injuries called barotrauma. Quite often, their stomach may be protruding out of their mouth or their eyes might be popping out as seen in this picture. And since they can't easily resubmerge unassisted, with some species having more difficulty than others, surface release of these fish leads to increased discard mortality, which is why the use of a deep water release is required for rockfish in Alaska. So as you can see, rockfish might be considered a bit more complex than some other fish species when we think about their life history. And
Let me interrupt you just for one moment.
Sure.
We're now 1 minute away from closure on the witness for public comment. If you're not on the list, you'll not be called. Is anyone out there that needs to file one of the blue cards that hasn't done so? I see no one. Okay, proceed.
So rockfish might seem a bit complex. So when we think about their life history, so this makes them particularly vulnerable to overfishing. Recognizing this in 2017, the department formed the Statewide Rockfish Initiative, or SRI. This was an interdivisional statewide effort to develop short and long-term management and assessment strategies for black and yellow eye rockfish specifically. Through the SRI, it was identified that there is no overarching management or assessment strategies for rockfish. Also, there is a lack of abundance and harvest rate information, and attention is needed on a species that is vulnerable to overharvest and long recovery periods. In addition, there were growing levels of concern based on harvest trends and changes in the size and age of these species. The SRI has identified management priorities to sustain rockfish populations while allowing for the continued harvest of this species. So again, for this meeting and these rockfish discussions, we'll continue to focus in on the same areas that were in our last presentation. Again, we have a divide by management area for the Division of Sportfish, North Gulf Coast waters, which extends from Cape Fairfield to Gore Point and includes Seward. It can be seen here in blue, and it falls between the Lower Cook Inlet and the Prince William Sound management areas. Lower Cook Inlet's the area, I think it's in pink, and the line extending from Gore Point to Cape Douglas, which includes the Port of Homer and other communities. And I show you this because the rockfish data we'll present to you is separated by these two areas throughout the presentation. When we move over to the commercial fisheries management districts, you have the Cook Inlet District in pink and the North Gulf District in blue. There's a slight shift in boundaries for these areas with Point Adam to Cape Douglas as the separating line for the districts. So when it comes to regulations, there's also differences in how rockfish are managed between the divisions. For the sport fisheries in these two management areas, there is no management plan for rockfish or GHL established. We monitor and assess the sport fishery by looking at harvest and biological data trends. Since 1995, rockfish have been managed by the two assemblages, pelagic and non-pelagic, when the relative difference in productivity between these groups was recognized. The sport fishery, it's managed by having conservative bag and possession limits in each area. However, between the two management areas, there are slightly different bag and possession limits currently established. In the North Gulf Coast, the bag limit is currently 4 per day and 8 in possession, which was adopted by the board in 2007. The limits in the Cook Inlet management area are slightly higher with a bag limit of 5 per day and a possession limit of 10. And this was put in regulation in 1989. In both areas, only 1 per day and 2 in possession can be a non-pelagic rockfish. And at a statewide level in 2018, the board generated a proposal and adopted the mandatory statewide use of a deep water release mechanism. As written, all saltwater anglers must have a device on board their vessel to be used to release rockfish that are not being retained at a depth of capture or 100 feet. The mandatory use of a deep water release mechanism went into effect in 2020 to allow time for educating the public. The required use of a deep water release mechanism helps to reduce the level of discard mortality in the sport fishery, as studies have shown high survival when this rockfish release technique is utilized.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Again, my name is Wyatt Ray Fournier, and I'm with the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'll start introducing 2 other methods of rockfish harvest in the Cook Inlet area. The first, which we heard about this morning, is subsistence fishing, which, as you can see on the map, is closed along the coast of Cook Inlet, except for on the end of the Kenai Peninsula, to allow for fishing in the communities of Seldovia, Nanwalek, and Port Graham. And as we also heard earlier, the total amount necessary for subsistence for the Cook Inlet area has been determined to be 750 to 1,350 rockfish. Subsistence fishing gear allowed is a single hand troll, a single handheld line, or a single long line, none of which may have more than 5 hooks. There is a 5 fish bag limit and a 10 fish in possession limit, and there is a 1 non-pelagic rockfish per day limit and 2 non-pelagic rockfish in possession limit. Moving on to commercial fisheries in the Cook Inlet area. Commercial harvest is regulated by the Cook Inlet Rockfish Management Plan. The management plan was established in 1993 with a directed rockfish fishery that had a 150,000 pound guideline harvest level, or GHL. This GHL was developed after considering recent harvest prior to 1993 in the North Gulf District, and is not based on an assessment, nor does it incorporate maximum sustainable yield principles. In 1997, the GHL began to be applied to all rockfish harvest in the Cook Inlet management area, which includes harvest in the directed fishery and from bycatch and other fisheries. In 1998, a new statewide regulation established the management of black rockfish in federal waters by the state of Alaska. And finally, in 2005, the management plan was amended to include the mandatory retention of all rockfish caught in all state-managed fisheries. And the directed rockfish fishery was changed to a pelagic shelf rockfish fishery in an attempt to reduce the harvest of yellow eye rockfish. Current commercial rockfish harvest, as I previously mentioned, is from the pelagic shelf rockfish fishery and from bycatch in fisheries targeting other groundfish species. The Cook Inlet Rockfish Management Plan has a 5-day trip limit for all fisheries of 1,000 pounds of rockfish in the Cook Inlet District and 4,000 pounds of rockfish in the North Gulf District. The directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery is conducted mostly by jig machines. Each jig machine is limited to 5 lines and 30 lines per hook by regulation, and there is no limit to the number of machines per vessel. The bycatch allowance for non-pelagic rockfish is 20% of the pelagic shelf rockfish harvest per trip. Rockfish bycatch occurs in multiple fisheries, with the majority caught in the halibut and Pacific cod directed fisheries. Bycatch also occurs in the sablefish and lingcod fisheries. The bycatch allowance for rockfish in the directed fisheries is 10% of the directed harvest per trip. A rockfish harvest over the trip limit and or bycatch allowance is considered overage, and all proceeds from overages are surrendered to the state of Alaska. To manage our respective rockfish fisheries, ADF&G has multiple data sources to gain biological and harvest information, but currently there are not any permanent fishery independent assessments in these management areas. As with all commercial fisheries in Alaska, harvest is required to be reported on fish tickets. The port sampling program samples rockfish deliveries from processing plants to confirm species identification and gain information on sex and size. And finally, the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery requires logbooks and call-ins when vessels are returning to deliver a landing. And in the subsistence fishery, as we heard in our previous presentation, the harvest is estimated from household surveys.
For the sport fisheries, our rockfish harvest data comes from charter logbooks for our guided anglers. The statewide harvest survey provides our harvest data for unguided anglers. And then we also conduct port sampling in the Homer and Seward harbors to look at the rockfish species composition of the harvest and then biological data from both the guided and unguided harvests. Okay, here's a comparison of the sport harvest trends of rockfish in North Gulf Coast and Lower Cook Inlet. The figure shows the annual harvest of rockfish since 2006 in numbers of rockfish. There are some similarities and differences in rockfish harvest in these areas. First, you can see that in the North Gulf Coast in blue, that the rockfish harvest has consistently been higher over time than in Lower Cook Inlet in pink. You'll also notice that there's been an increasing harvest trend in both areas, although the annual harvest in North Gulf Coast fluctuates more than Lower Cook Inlet from year to year. Through this presentation, when looking at the harvest trends over time, you'll see a black vertical line on 2014. As we mentioned in the previous presentation, this is the year that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council implemented a catch sharing plan for halibut. From 2006 to 2013, the average rockfish harvest in North Gulf Coast was approximately 37,000, which was more than double Lower Cook Inlet. As a result of the catch sharing plan, starting in 2014, the guided sport effort began shifting towards other species, and the harvest of rockfish increased substantially. From 2014 to 2018, the average annual rockfish harvest increased by 22% in North Gulf Coast and nearly doubled in Lower Cook Inlet. And in recent years, since the last Board of Fish meeting, the rockfish harvest has increased by another 26% in North Gulf Coast and 67% in Lower Cook Inlet. Here's the combined rockfish harvest for North Gulf Coast and Lower Cook Inlet by angler type. Overall, you can see that the guided non-resident anglers in solid green harvest the majority of the rockfish. From 2006 to 2009, the rockfish harvest levels between guided non-residents and unguided residents in the black dashed line was similar, but there's been a consistent increase of harvest by guided non-residents since. In 21 and 22, these anglers harvested over 80,000 rockfish annually, which represented 62% of the total sport rockfish harvest. Rockfish harvest by other users has also increased, but by a lesser extent in recent years. Okay, using our port sampling data, we can look at the species or assemblage composition of the sport harvest of rockfish. In recent years, the compositions have been similar in both areas, and these compositions have remained similar to their historical compositions. Due to the sport bag limit structure, the vast majority of the harvest has been pelagic rockfish, although a slightly higher proportion of the rockfish harvest in North Gulf Coast is non-pelagic. In both areas, black rockfish were the primary pelagic species, and there was a similar proportion of yelloweye and other non-pelagic. Using the annual total rockfish harvest and the species apportionments that we just reviewed, we can estimate the harvest by species or assemblages. Here's the annual black rockfish harvest for both areas. You'll notice that the harvest trends are increasing in both areas and similar to the total harvest trends. In the North Gulf Coast, the black rockfish harvest in recent years was 72% higher than the years prior to the catch sharing plan. And in Lower Cook Inlet, the recent harvest has tripled the historical average. In 21 and 22, black rockfish harvest in North Gulf Coast exceeded 50,000, and in Lower Cook Inlet, the harvest exceeded 40,000 in both years. In addition to the number of black rockfish harvested annually, we also have biological composition data. These figures plot the annual mean, length, and age compared to their historical average prior to the halibut catch sharing plan and the increased harvest levels. In both areas, the historical average length was around 50 centimeters, and the average age was 13 years in North Gulf Coast and 16 in Lower Cook Inlet. Looking at the annual length since 2014, you'll see that the size of black rockfish harvested has been below average in most years for both areas. In recent years, the black rockfish have comprised of the smallest fish in the data series since '96, although the average length increased for both areas in 2023. Annual mean ages show a similar trend, but isn't quite as consistent between areas. In the North Gulf Coast, the annual age was more similar to the historical average, but has been below average for the last 2 years. In Lower Cook Inlet, the annual age has been well below the historical average since 2018. These trends in size and age composition of black rockfish harvest in both areas are influenced by a large, strong cohort that was first harvested in 2017 and potentially suggest that the current harvest levels may be reducing the proportions of older, larger fish.
So it's similar to black rockfish, we can estimate the harvest for yelloweye rockfish. What you see here in this figure is the annual yelloweye rockfish harvest for both the Lower Cook Inlet and North Gulf Coast areas combined. Pink is the Lower Cook Inlet and blue is the North Gulf Coast. Again, yelloweye rockfish are the most commonly harvested non-pelagic species in the sport fishery. You'll notice that harvest trends for yelloweye are slightly different than the increases observed for black rockfish. One thing in particular is the amount of this species that is harvested. With the sport fish management areas combined, total harvest has only once exceeded 10,000 fish, while black rockfish harvest in recent years, as you just saw, is over 80,000 fish when you combine the harvest data for our two sport fish management areas. We still have higher levels or higher harvests of yelloweye rockfish in the North Gulf Coast, but a more obvious constant increase in harvest in Lower Cook Inlet in recent years, with both areas having higher harvests in the last 4 years. So in this figure, we've also combined the two sport fish management areas data for yelloweye rockfish. In the biological compositions of the sport harvest for yelloweye, we see some of the same things occurring again as we did for black rockfish. I do want to point out that we have recently analyzed samples from the 2023 season, and that data is included in this figure. Again, these figures plot the annual average length and age compared to the historical 1996 to 2013 average prior to the implementation of the halibut catch sharing plan. The historical average length was around 59 centimeters, while the average age was 32 years old. And looking at annual average length since 2014, you'll see that the size of yellow eye rockfish has been generally below average, though in 2023 we did see an increase in the average length. Annual average ages have also shown a below average trend since the catch sharing plan was implemented, though in 2023 we also saw an increase in the average age that is more similar to the historical average. These trends in length and age are similar to those as black rockfish, but are more similar to their historic averages. Also, as mentioned, the average age that nearly all yellow eye rockfish are mature and reproducing is around 30 years old. When we harvest fish below that age, there's a chance they have not had a reproductive event.
And returning to commercial rockfish harvest in the Cook Inlet Management Area, here we've got our time series of total harvest. Please note at the top, the dotted line is the 150,000 pound guideline harvest level. As previously mentioned, the harvest comes from two sources, the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery and bycatch from other directed fisheries. The bycatch harvest in blue has been fairly consistent for the past 23 years, ranging from 12,000 to 60,000 pounds, while the directed harvest in red has fluctuated from 4,000 pounds to 126,000 pounds. The total harvest surpassed the 150,000 pound GHL in 2000, came close in 2003, and again in 2015 and 2016. The total harvest of rockfish in commercial fisheries was at a low from 2006 to 2009, and also in recent years, as participation in the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery decreased. Looking at a similar slide is what we saw for the sport fishery. This is the recent species composition from the bycatch fishery and the harvesting of their directed fisheries, and we'll note right away that there is a different composition of fish across these two fisheries. As intended, the directed fishery catches mostly pelagic species, with 82% of the harvest being pelagic rockfish in the most recent years. The rockfish species composition is quite the opposite in the bycatch of other directed fisheries, consisting of 84% non-pelagic rockfish. As expected, the main species caught in the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery is black rockfish, while the main rockfish species caught in the bycatch of other directed fisheries is yellow eye. The results of these rockfish species compositions in the commercial fisheries is that black and yellow eye rockfish make up the majority of the species harvested in the commercial fisheries. The largest component of the commercial harvest over time has been black rockfish, and thus total rockfish harvest has fluctuated with the development and the participation in the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery. This slide is similar to the one shown earlier for the sport fishery and contains length and age compositions for the commercial fishery harvest. For this slide, the sexes have been separated, with males on the left and females on the right. As in the earlier slide, the trend line for length is at the top and the trend line for age is at the bottom. And this is the same time series we saw for the sport fishery. Similar to the annual patterns observed in the sport fisheries, there has been a decrease in the size and age of black rockfish in recent years. And now we can see this is true for both sexes. By separating the sexes, we can observe that females in the harvest are younger than the males. And as mentioned earlier, it's important to note that maturity analysis of black rockfish indicate that females mature at an older age than males. This means that current harvest potentially includes immature females that have not yet reproduced. In this slide, the commercial harvest, in red, has been converted from pounds to numbers of fish and added to the sport harvest in black. With both fisheries combined, we can see that the total number of black rockfish harvest reached a maximum in 2021. With a recent increase in sport harvest and a recent decrease in the commercial directed pelagic shell fishery, the sport fishery is currently accounting for 95% of the total harvest of black rockfish in the last 4 years. This slide is similar to the previous one, with total numbers of yellow eye rockfish harvested from commercial fisheries, again in red, and sport fisheries in yellow. Total harvest has been more consistent relative to black rockfish, and we see the maximum was in 2019. We also can see that the sport fisheries account for 77% and commercial fisheries account for 33% of the total harvest of yellow eye rockfish in the last 4 years. And now for our current status summary for the Cook Inlet Management Area Commercial Fishery Harvest of Rockfish. The annual harvest of total rockfish has been well below the 150,000 pound guideline harvest level since 2017. Black rockfish size and age in the harvest have been decreasing in recent years. Current participation in harvest in the directed pelagic shelf rockfish fishery have been declining in recent years. And what this means is the most recent 10-year average harvest from 2014 to 2023 has been 76,800 pounds, which is about 51% of the GHL. And in the most recent 5 years, from 2019 to 2023, the annual average harvest has been 49,300 pounds, which is about 33% of the GHL. There was no commercial fishery management actions taken in 2023, and there's only one proposal for this Board of Fish cycle that addresses commercial rockfish harvest, and that is proposal number 25, which is to reduce Cook Inlet commercial and sport rockfish harvest limits. As per recorded staff comments, the department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, and also per submitted staff comments, the department has a growing concern about the status of Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish stocks and recent increasing harvest trends similar to what was experienced in Southeast Alaska. And finally, the department supports restrictive management measures to conserve Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish stocks by stabilizing the harvest.
So I'll summarize the sport fishery information. So first, as we've shown you, annual rockfish harvest has increased in the sport fishery and is well above historical harvest levels. In addition, effort towards rockfish by guided anglers has been increasing. For both species, we've observed from our sampling data that the length and age of black and yellow eye rockfish have been below historical averages during the last approximately 10 years. For both of the species during 2023, we did see some of the biological sampling data head back towards the historical average, and there's one thing in particular that we believe helped with this. So based on the increasing harvest trends and changes observed in the biological data of rockfish, we used our authority and took emergency action in 2023. And we reduced the harvest of sport caught rockfish in the Lower Cook Inlet and North Gulf Coast management areas, and also the neighboring Prince William Sound management area. This was the first time in-season restrictions have been implemented for this species in the sport fishery. So based on preliminary 2023 data from the Charter Logbook program, we believe we were able to reduce harvests to a level similar to what was estimated between 2018 and 19. The emergency order was more restrictive in the Lower Cook Inlet, which as mentioned has a higher bag and possession limit, and it was seen a more dramatic increase in the harvest when compared to the North Gulf Coast management area. In both areas, we reduced the bag limit to 3 and the possession limit to 6 fish, and it went into effect on May 15th and is still in place through the remainder of the year. While just a preliminary estimate, we believe we likely reduced harvest by approximately 27% in the Lower Cook Inlet area and 18% in the North Gulf Coast management area. We wanted the board to have an idea of what the reduction of harvest was in 2023, but remember that those are preliminary numbers. But having this information should help with conversations on the 6 proposals pertaining to rockfish, all of which seek to reduce the rockfish harvest to help curtail this trending increase of rockfish harvest in the sport fishery. Skip that one. So the table you see here, it estimates what we believe would be the amount of savings each area would have with the different reductions in bag limits proposed, and also where current limits are set at this time. We conducted a bag limit analysis from our harvest data to estimate what the reduced limits would save, and these are the percentage reductions that are likely to occur, though we can't always account for increase in anglers or effort that could occur when other saltwater fisheries such as halibut and king salmon have restrictions. So I'll just wrap up this presentation with a few final details. Through the work of the statewide Rockfish Initiative, the sport and commercial divisions, we've combined all of our data and are working towards development of a stock assessment model to help inform managers and identify more accurate and sustainable harvest levels. However, they are not complete at this time. We are planning to develop a comprehensive management strategy in time for the next Lower Cook Inlet Board of Fish meeting. We will also continue with our port sampling programs to collect biological samples and hope expansion of these programs can happen in the future. In addition, we are working towards the development and funding of fishery independent surveys that are currently in place in other areas of the state. The work of the department staff and the SRI is ongoing, and we know discussions will continue so that we can have a sustainable rockfish fishery for all stakeholders into the future. There's a list of reports there for you that are available and links to those that are not in your notebooks. And we'll take questions.
Any questions from board members? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that report, all of you. It was very informative. I plan on looking at it quite a few more times throughout the next couple days. Couple questions that popped up, though. So we're gonna use, I believe it's what you call it, the pre-halibut and the post-halibut line, 2014. And I think the thing that was kind of alarming to me were the ASL samples, and I think I guess we can use black rockfish as an example, because I think that's what you used in your presentation. And they've significantly declined over the last 6, 7, 8 years. And I believe you also said that the size of the fish that's being caught now typically are of a more immature nature. And so I guess my question is, these smaller fish that still exist in the population, because obviously there's a bit of a population crash to a certain degree, but the fish that remain, because they are more immature, is the fecundity rate on those fish a lot less than a mature black rockfish, say, in this area? Do you have any idea about that? I would assume that that would be the case.
Yeah, through the chair, Board Member Carpenter. So, yeah, I mean, typically, I gave you the range for yellow eye as an example, a high end of 3 million for the fecundity, but it ranges from 30,000 to 3 million for yellow eye, depending on the size of the fish. So, I mean, if you're harvesting younger fish, they're likely less fecund than the larger, older fish.
Okay, thank you for that. And just another quick follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the harvest rates, specifically for the Cook Inlet area, the GHL on the commercial side, it didn't appear to me that has been gone over. But when I look at the harvest rate on the sport side of things and the charter side, it looks to me like it's, what is it, about 3.5 or 4 to 1, the percentage rate of harvest between sport and commercial. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, Board Member Carpenter, so you're talking about, so this slide here, this is showing the user group one, or are you looking more for the commercial? I guess you're talking the commercial sport breakdown. And as we showed you, species specific, the black rockfish was, it was 95% of the harvest came from the sport fishery. And in yellow eye, 73% of the harvest of yellow eye came from the sport fishery.
Okay, and then just one more final question, if I can. I guess I'm just curious, it's been 9 years since 2014. We've seen precipitous levels of increase in harvest. The ASL samples continue to go in the wrong direction. There's a real possibility that the fecundity rate of the remaining fish in certain populations is less. I guess I'm kind of curious why. I know you took action last summer to reduce the sport fish harvest. I guess I'm just a little curious why we haven't seen something from the department much sooner than now to possibly bring before the board to look at this. And is it just because you really have no way of assessing the overall populations of these species?
Through the chair, Board Member Carpenter, it's difficult to assess these species. I'll say that. And, there is, in the sport fishery, we do have delays in our data, statewide harvest survey specifically, but we have the charter logbook information we can use as a little bit of an indicator. One thing, like I mentioned at the end of in my summary, the statewide rockfish initiative has been working towards stock assessment modeling to, get better information than just using our harvest and effort data to help inform our decision making. It takes a while to, kind of formulate all of that. And, also, as I mentioned, the rockfish management, it's different throughout the state. There's different things happening in different areas as far as the tools that they have available to them to manage the fisheries. And we definitely have less of that here in this area.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Oh, okay, we'll start, just go down the line. Mr. Zaray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, this is one of the graphs that I would like to have a question about here, but there's a number of them that after, 2014, you have every year or every other year, pretty good little up and down. And I know we have all the theories on, why the fish size is going down, the fecundity is going down, and the harvest is up. But have you ever identified, that up and down? It's probably a totally different reason, but.
Through the chair, Board Members Ray. So on this one specifically, that dip in 2020, that was COVID related. We saw a decrease in effort and harvest levels as well. I can also, this is a summary of a couple of the of both our areas, but I also know that in 2016, that little spike in the North Gulf Coast area was that we had a reduction in the amount of coho that were coming back that year, and so there was an increased black rockfish harvest in the 2016 year. I can let Mike speak to further if he wants.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering. I figured there was some sort of things. I was just wondering if you identified them. Sounds like you did. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
So growing up, I didn't know anybody who targeted rockfish when they went out fishing. And because of that, the poundage breakdown's very helpful. It's illuminating, but there's still missing variable. And I would like to know across user groups in the aggregate, how many participants, commercially, sport, subsistence in an average year are taking the rockfish. I know a few people that commercially fish them. I know it's popular with non-residents. I personally don't know of anybody I know who goes after them for sport in state. I'm sure there are some, but it's a pretty elusive number right now. I'm just looking at poundage here, and I have no concept. Are we talking about 500 participants across user groups? Are we talking 100?
Through the chair to Member Godfrey, we don't have the number of participants for each one of these user groups here that you see on this slide, but I can tell you in the last 3 years for the guided sector, the number of charter anglers, both in Lower Cook Inlet and the North Gulf Coast, there's been between 11 and 15,000 charter anglers in both areas harvesting rockfish. Given that they're, the high portion of the harvest, 70% of the total harvest, 60 to 70% of the total harvest is with them. I think we could scale that back, looking at the numbers harvested by unguided residents. It is likely somewhere less than 1,000 anglers, Mr. Chair.
And do you have the numbers on subsistence users?
To the best of our knowledge, I don't think we have any information on the amount of effort in the subsistence fishery during this time period change. The last thing that we saw from the subsistence staff earlier in their presentation, the last survey was 2014.
Thank you.
Dort?
Keep it rolling down the line, eh? Given what you've reported here today, is this sustainable in the department's opinion?
I'll pause. Through the chair. So are current harvest rates sustainable? Is that your question?
Yes.
I think that we aren't, what the sustainable level harvest is somewhat unknown. And I think that, we took restrictive actions to try and get back to a level that we feel is probably more sustainable until we have better information.
Okay. Let me give you my opinion. So you've got a whole bunch of indicators here, right? You got lower size, you've got, decreased age, you've got, higher numbers of immature being caught. I mean, I think that each of those have a red flag on them that says we got a sustainability problem, probably coming our way like a freight train, if it's not already here. So to that effect, I really appreciate the table that you guys have put together on page 28. I think that's a great table. It's going to really help inform an easy snapshot for decision-making purposes. On the sport side of things, on the commercial side of things, my question is, you got a 30-year-old GHL. How is that GHL was developed in '93?
Through the chair, yes, developed in 1993, which was prior to any of us at the table being in the office, but Shalene did help us do some literature search, and we contacted an old staff member, and Mr. Bechtel informed us that when that came about, prior to 1993, average harvest was about 160,000 pounds in the North Gulf District, and rockfish harvest was very low in the Cook Inlet District. And so they developed that to keep the harvest from increasing. But the difficulty in that is that it's mixed species. And this was prior to a directed rockfish fishery, and also just prior to some very large harvests in 1995 that kind of capped that. We had a large amount of effort going towards black rockfish in the mid-90s that then tapered off. A lot of the black rockfish harvest is dependent on market and thus participation in the directed fisheries. And then just to acknowledge a previous question in terms of the number of stakeholders, because rockfish are caught as bycatch, and within commercial fisheries central region, we only have one directed rockfish fishery, which is this pelagic shelf rockfish fishery. And you'll all be introduced to this again in 12 months in Prince William Sound, where all 150,000 pounds are bycatch. So when managing bycatch fisheries, it comes a little bit more complicated. The SRI, State Rockfish Initiative, has pushed towards looking at species-specific management plans. And so what's being developed right now would be a black rockfish stock assessment that then would develop an MSY, which then would give us an idea of what a sustainable harvest is.
Thank you. You beat me to my next question because, I think the question becomes then what is, as part of your initiative that you talked about in your future work slide, does that develop into a revised GHL?
Through the chair, yes, that would be the idea, would be, the ultimate goal would be a interdivisional management plan that would look at those species that have the highest harvest for which we feel there may be some risk of over harvest. And so the plan would be not only for black rockfish, but also for yellow eye. Those are the two primary species that are harvested the most. And the idea would be to have management plans that could focus on those two species independently.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, and so you're hoping to have some of that work completed by,
The black rockfish model is nearing completion. It was our goal to have a little bit more of the finalized results for you at this time, but that is in the works by one of our senior biologists. And then we also have a yellow eye stock assessment model for Prince William Sound. So those are in development, and we hope to have those ready for you as soon as we can. It may not be till the next board cycle for Lower Cook Inlet.
thank you. I appreciate you're getting that underway because I see this developing into a real allocation conversation here sooner than later. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Zaret.
Okay, I just want to ask, in the commercial harvest, they're recording where the fish are coming from via stat area?
Through the chair, yes, sir.
And then in the sport harvest, like the slide that's up there right now, how are they recording their harvest?
Through the chair to Member Wood, our guided harvest comes from charter logbooks that are required for each trip by guides to fill out for each angler. And then for the unguided harvest, those come from our statewide harvest survey or mail survey.
The logbooks, do they say that they fished in a stat area, or did they just say how they caught, how many fish they caught?
One limitation to charter logbook data that we have right now is that it's the primary stat code where groundfish were harvested for the trip. For Lower Cook Inlet.
Groundfish?
Groundfish, yeah. So the primary groundfish species for a charter trip here typically is halibut. So we don't have specific harvest information from charter logbook for the stat code, but our port sampling program that we have, one of our interview questions asks specifically if rockfish were harvested, which stat code the rockfish came from as well. So we have a couple levels of data with the spatial information on where rockfish are harvested in the sport fisheries here, but it's not perfect.
Are they catching rockfish and groundfish in the same place?
On some trips, yes, and some trips, no. You know, a trip for halibut might be farther offshore, and then to fish for rockfish on the way back in, you would move inshore, fish closer there, and then complete the trip. Sometimes they're neighboring, and sometimes they're not.
And then these logbooks, how quickly is this information recorded and given back to the department?
Through the chair to Member Wood, charter logbooks are to be completed before the vessel lands on the dock each day. They're required to be turned in within a 7 to 10 day period at the end of the trip. For right now, generally speaking, our charter logbook data for those trips that are on a paper copy need to be entered by department staff and aren't available to managers until the end of the season.
Thanks.
Mr. Zaret?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to mention that when I was like 19 years old in Boston, I was on a cod boat for 3 seasons, and And all these indicators that we're talking about here, these negative indicators, they were exactly the same indicators that was being talked about back then. Of course, I was a teenager, I could care less, but I would listen to what everybody was talking about. And 5 years later, when I went back there, the cod fishery was completely collapsed. And that was the famous cod fishery collapse. And they're long-lived fish, very similar to, you know, some rockfish anyway. You know, they're 30, I know they live to 30, 35 years of age, the cod. So I just thought I'd bring that up. I couldn't not bring that up. Thank you.
Any other board questions? I just want to make sure I'm using this chart correctly on slide 28, and I appreciate you going to this effort, because this is exactly the kind of data that I use when I'm trying to come together to a conclusion. But if I were to take the 3 rockfish scenarios, I would apply that 33% or the 44% to both the pelagic and the non-pelagic to come up with numbers for those fish. Is that correct?
Give us just a second, Mr. Chair.
You said yes, that's correct?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I was getting to the slide. Can you repeat your question?
If I were to apply in the last category where it says 3 rockfish, it gives you 2 options. The 33%, do I apply that to both pelagic and non-pelagic? Would you expect reductions in both to that degree?
So that was, through the chair, that was for total rockfish harvest. So yes, it would, you know, we'd apply it to the total harvest of all rockfish.
Okay, that's all I need to confirm. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you much for the presentation. We only have one more presentation, so my intent is to go forward with that presentation, then take a break after this last presentation and questions.
So, Mr. Chair, as we're going through this, I just want to leave you guys with 2 words: rockfish tacos. If there's any familiarity with why there's interest in rockfish tacos.
As always, a wealth of information. Signal me when you're ready to go. We're ready to proceed with the last staff presentation of today, and that would be the Lower Cook Inlet Commercial Salmon Fisheries. Staff, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Hollowell, and today I'll be giving a presentation on commercial fisheries in Lower Cook Inlet. Hard copies of this presentation are available as RC3 and is on tab 8 of your binders. My presentation will have 6 general parts. These are an overview of the Lower Cook Inlet area, historic harvest by gear in this area, historic harvest in individual districts, a description of hatchery contributions to Lower Cook Inlet fisheries, a review of the 2023 commercial fishing season, as well as a summary of proposals before you that will affect Lower Cook Inlet commercial and subsistence fisheries if adopted. The Cook Inlet Management Area, or Area H, stretches from the top of Knik Arm down to the latitude of Cape Douglas and eastwards to the longitude of Cape Fairfield, which is about 15 miles east of Seward. The portion south of Anchor Point is defined as Lower Cook Inlet, with management conducted from the Homer office. This area is divided into 5 districts. These are the Kamishak Bay District, the Southern District, the Outer District, and the Eastern District. In addition, there's the Barren Islands District. However, given that there are no salmon-producing streams there, this area is closed to salmon harvest. Lower Cook Inlet harvests overall have ranged from fewer than 100,000 fish during several years in the early to mid-'70s to nearly 4.5 million salmon in 2015. The bulk of these fish were harvested using purse seines, although prior to statehood, fish traps played a significant role, as did drift gillnet gear in early years. Seine harvest by species is shown here. The result of fisheries enhancement can be clearly observed in the increased harvest of both sockeye and pink salmon beginning in the late 1970s, when sockeye were introduced into Lazier and Hazel Lakes and pink salmon were released from Halibut Cove Lagoon and Tutka Bay lagoons. In addition, harvest of sockeye salmon in Resurrection Bay increased in the mid-1990s as the result of sockeye production at Bear Lake. Said gillnet harvests also show clear increases beginning in the late 1970s that coincide with hatchery releases into Lower Cook Inlet. Prior to 1965, said gillnet gear was used sporadically with minimal success in the Outer and Kamishak Bay districts. Since that time, said gillnet gear has only been used in the Southern District. We will now shift our focus onto the individual districts that comprise the Lower Cook Inlet management area, beginning with the Southern District, which includes the eastern shore of Cook Inlet, south of Anchor Point to the tip of Elizabeth Island, excluding Dogfish Bay and Port Chatham. Both purse seine and said gillnet are legal gear types. However, said gillnet is restricted to approximately 15 miles of shoreline in this district that are located in 5 places. Typically, between 1 and 2 dozen Area H permit holders choose to fish in these areas. This fishery starts on June 1st and primarily targets sockeye salmon returning to this district. The English Bay River is adjacent to Nenwalek and has been the strongest natural producer of sockeye salmon in this area. Hatchery releases of sockeye in Chinapoot and Hazel Lake has been ongoing since the late 1970s and have contributed to a more consistent harvest. In addition to the sockeye, pink salmon have historically also been harvested by this gear group. While some king salmon have been taken incidentally in the fishery, most of these fish were likely hatchery produced and returning to release sites in Halibut Cove, the Homer Spit, or Seldovia Lagoon. Similar to set gillnet harvests, purse seine harvests from the Southern District increased and stabilized during years following releases of hatchery pink and sockeye salmon. Significant harvest of hatchery-produced pink salmon occurred from 1978 through 1999 and peaked in 1981 with 1.4 million fish harvested in commercial common property fisheries from the hatchery subdistricts. While some natural systems in the Southern District have produced large returns of pink salmon, the largest natural returns in the Lower Cook Inlet area of that species have occurred in the Outer District, which stretches from Dogfish Bay to the longitude of Aligo Point. The portion of this district west of Gore Point has several systems that have consistently produced respectable numbers of pink and chum salmon. These are Dogfish Bay, Port Chatham, Windy Bay, Rocky Bay, and Port Dick. Harvest from the Outer District has ranged from periodic lows of a few thousand fish to over 4 million pink salmon, which occurred in 2015. The Outer District has not had significant releases of hatchery salmon. Also on the outer coast of the Kenai Peninsula is the Eastern District, which stretches from Aligo Point to Cape Fairfield. This district has had the lowest levels of harvest of any district in this management area. The watersheds in this district are generally smaller than those in the other districts, with several bays terminating in tidewater glaciers or recent glacial moraines. With maximum harvests of only a few 100,000 fish and many years with no fish harvested, the Eastern District has been the least productive of the Lower Cook Inlet districts. Increased production of sockeye from Bear Lake beginning in 1990 improved harvest somewhat. In addition, Ayalak Lake has had periodic returns of sockeye and pink salmon that have supported commercial harvest. The final district in the Lower Cook Inlet area is the Kamishak Bay District. which is located in western Cook Inlet between the latitude of Anchor Point southwards to a line between Cape Douglas and Elizabeth Island. The defining features of this district are its shallow, boulder-strewn, silty waters, combined with challenging weather conditions known for high winds and very rough seas. These factors have made harvest and transporting of fish to processors complicated during years of modest as well as significant salmon returns. Harvest from this district has been sporadic, with pink salmon tending to occur either at fairly robust or extremely meager levels. Sockeye enhancement at Chinook Lake occurred in the late 1970s, with the Paint River Lakes and Kirshner Lake stocking beginning 10 years later in the late 80s. Chum salmon harvests have been somewhat more consistent over time in comparison to either sockeye or pink salmon. We will now move on to salmon enhancement. There are 3 hatcheries in Lower Cook Inlet. These are the Trail Lakes Hatchery, built in 1982 by Fish and Game and operated since 1989 by Cook Inlet Aquaculture, which currently raises sockeye and coho salmon. The Tutka Bay Lagoon Hatchery, built in 1976 by Fish and Game and operated by Cook Inlet Aquaculture since 1992, which currently raises pink salmon. And the Port Graham Hatchery, which was permitted in 1992 and was operated by the Port Graham Native Association until 2006. This facility was acquired by the Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association in 2013 and has been producing pink salmon. Okay, let's take a bit of a break here and talk about special harvest areas, or SHAs. Understanding what these are is essential to understanding actual hatchery contributions to the common property fishery before thermal marking began. Special harvest areas are located around hatcheries or hatchery remote release sites. SHAs typically do not have significant stocks of the species being enhanced associated with them, and they are not located on the migratory corridors of other salmon species. Prior to the advent of thermal marking, enumerating harvest outside of the special harvest area to determine hatchery contribution was not possible without sampling very large numbers of fish. Harvests from within the SHA are generally assumed to be almost entirely hatchery-produced fish. In years where the SHA was closed due to cost recovery and broodstock harvest, common property vessels would fish just outside of the SHA and intercept hatchery returns quite effectively. In those years, while the commercial harvest was zero in the SHA on hatchery returns, there were still significant harvests occurring just outside of the SHA where hatchery-produced fish were intercepted. Sometimes the commercial common property harvest of hatchery-produced fish overall in those years prior to thermal marking has been incorrectly expressed as zero. In 2013, a new window opened when Homer staff began collecting otoliths from set gillnet caught sockeye salmon. Purse seine otolith sampling in the Southern District began 2 years later in 2015, with both sockeye and pink salmon otoliths being collected. Set net caught pink salmon otoliths were first collected in 2017. Prior to this sampling, the harvest level of hatchery salmon outside of special harvest areas was unknown. All set gillnet otoliths were collected from outside of hatchery SHAs, and most seine harvested otoliths were collected from fish harvested outside of special harvest areas. This is a box and whisker plot showing the range of percentages that marked otoliths were encountered in sockeye salmon samples taken from the set gillnet and purse seine fisheries from 2013 to 2021. The sockeye harvest typically peaks in early July. Hatchery marks in the samples taken at that time often are above 50% and are occasionally over 90% for purse seine. In the set gillnet fishery, mark levels often occur at about half of that seen for purse seine. Data for 2022 and 2023 sockeye otoliths is not available as yet. Here is otolith data for pink salmon samples collected from the set gillnet and purse seine fisheries from 2016 to 2022. Only 6 years of sampling has occurred for the set gillnet fishery and 8 years for the seine fishery for this species. Hatchery percentages and samples from the set gillnet fishery were significant, with a maximum average of 59% in 2020. Contribution to the seine fishery was significantly higher, with marked percentages frequently exceeding 60% in samples taken during most of those years. This table shows the commercial and cost recovery harvest of hatchery fish in Lower Cook Inlet subdistricts where releases occur. The bottom row of this table shows the average number of fish harvested over the past 10 years. This includes pink salmon from Tutka Bay and sockeye salmon from Kachemak and Resurrection Bays. Cost recovery of Tutka Bay pink salmon and Resurrection Bay sockeye salmon are the primary source of revenue for Cook Inlet aquaculture. Over the past 10 years, on average, 80% of hatchery-produced fish for these two stocks returning to these areas have been harvested for cost recovery. Note the red font on this slide. This shows years where the overall cost recovery goal was not met. Despite harvesting the majority of hatchery-produced fish in these hatchery subdistricts, the cost recovery goal has only been achieved in 7 of the past 24 years. This figure shows permitted green egg capacity for sockeye and pink salmon in the Cook Inlet area versus the actual number of eggs taken there. Of the 4 lines shown in this figure, 2 represent permitted egg capacity for pink and sockeye salmon, and 2 show the actual number of eggs taken for those species. Green is pink salmon and red is sockeye salmon. The lines with the boxes show permitted capacity. Lines with X's are the actual number of eggs taken for broodstock. Notice that while permitted egg capacity for pink salmon has remained fairly constant over the past 30 years, pink salmon egg harvest levels have fluctuated greatly and generally remained under 1/3 of the 250 million permitted egg capacity for the Cook Inlet area. Sockeye salmon egg takes have been more consistent in recent years, with actual egg takes occurring at around 9 million eggs per year, or about 19% of the 49 million green egg permitted capacity. This past season in 2023, while the Tutka hatchery met their goal of 50 million pink salmon eggs harvested, the Port Graham facility was unable to harvest any pink salmon broodstock in spite of the anticipated harvest of 53,000 fish. Sockeye brood harvests were diminished as well, with 2.7 million eggs collected near Seward and Resurrection Bay. This is 20% below the goal of 3.4 million eggs for this stock this year. Sockeye egg harvest at the Tutka facility was down significantly, with only 142,000 green eggs collected. This is 3% of the 5.3 million egg preseason target. This concludes the hatchery section of my presentation. I will now move into a review of the 2023 commercial harvest. This year, total harvest from Lower Cook Inlet, both cost recovery and common property, was $4.1 million. Sockeye salmon accounted for over half of this value at $2.3 million. Of that, over half were cost recovery fish. Pink salmon accounted for 40% of the total value at $1.6 million. Approximately 70% of that value was cost recovery harvested pink salmon. Chum salmon accounted for 2% of the overall harvest value. Coho were less than 1% of the total value. In addition, 328 king salmon were harvested in Lower Cook Inlet commercially. This is just over 1/4% of the total Lower Cook Inlet harvest value. It is worth noting that 71% of the commercial common property pink salmon harvest occurred in hatchery subdistricts where that species is cultivated. In addition, just under half of the sockeye harvested in the common property fishery came from hatchery subdistricts for that species as well. We will now move on to proposals before you at this meeting. With regards to subsistence proposals, there was only one submitted this cycle concerning Area H subsistence harvests. Proposal 30 would specifically allow the subsistence harvest of herring spawn outside of the Anchorage non-subsistence area. While this subsistence harvest has occurred historically, this ongoing practice has not been reflected in regulation. In addition, there are 10 other Lower Cook Inlet commercial salmon proposals submitted. Of those, 3 address salmon hatchery management plans and would make allocative changes. 2 address salmon gear used for cost recovery harvest in hatchery special harvest areas. These would clearly allow drift gill net boats or individuals with set nets to harvest salmon for cost recovery. 3 proposals before you address making additions to regulatory closed waters in Lower Cook Inlet. And 2, seek to create new fishery management plans in Lower Cook Inlet. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I will now answer any questions that you may have regarding Lower Cook Inlet salmon fisheries.
Any questions from board members? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Glenn. Good presentation. Just a question specifically in regards to the SHAs. Does the commissioner or do you as the area manager currently have the authority to use differing gear that what is in current regulation under your EO authority in the SHAs?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yes, I believe that is the case.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from any other board member? Thank you, sir. That concludes the presentations by staff. So next process will be to start a public testimony. They'll need some time to change things around on a technical end of things. In the meantime, I'll just go through the spiel I've got to go through for public testimony, and they could be working on the technical ends of it. For this particular meeting, the board has called for public testimony on the numerous proposals before us at the meeting. The board appreciates the interest and concern of those who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who have taken the time to submit written materials to the board, and those who will participate in the board's committee process. There's a handout at the table in the back entitled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. Those of you who wish to testify must fill out one of the blue cards, which you've already done. The blue card should be legible and completely filled out. The cutoff time has already passed. It's 2 o'clock today, which was announced several times. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone and state your name for the record and whom you represent. If you have written materials for the board, you should identify those materials by RC, PC, or AC number. The chairman will provide the board members an opportunity to get the paperwork before them. It does not count against your time. That time is not charged. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory Committee and Regional Advisory Council representatives will be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the executive director will give you a few moments to introduce yourself before starting the timer. When your time is up, you'll hear a beep. Please stop speaking when the timer goes off, or you'll be instructed to stop. When you finish, please remain seated so the board members may ask questions if they have any. We ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct manner as possible. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. Advisory Committee and Regional Advisory Council representatives should also fill out a blue card and indicate whether they will be testifying at the beginning or the end of the public testimony. Thank you, somebody. Please note on the card which advisory committee you are representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Confine your testimony to the position that the committee took on the proposals or issues and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you wish to provide your own personal testimony, please fill out a separate card and submit it to the board. If your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. If you missed both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. If your first call happens on an afternoon session, your second call will occur at the end of testimony. If testimony goes into tomorrow morning, which it most likely will, and you miss your first call during the morning session, your second call will occur at the end of the testimony. We'll just leave it at that, no other option. I will do my best to make regular announcements about those second call opportunities should they arise. Right now, we have 66 persons testifying, so we can expect to be here through 5 o'clock is when I hope to conclude today's session, and I'll probably continue tomorrow, first thing in the morning. So with that, we'll open it up to public testimony, and the first person on the list.
You gonna take a break
You want to take a break?
Oh, I'm just saying.
What's the wish of the board? We should take a break? 15-minute break. No staying power, man. And you're keeping time, eh? You're keeping time, right? Okay.
Printing it right now, so if you just give me a few minutes.
Did they give you an updated thing, John?
Not yet, but the first 17 are valid, so I'm going to get moving and they can get the list to us.
And if you want, I can speak to that really quickly.
Speak to what?
The list.
Okay. Okay, we have a few announcements to make, so if we can have quiet. Thank you. Art?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we had posted the list earlier, but we had noticed a mistake on there. There was an individual who had asked to go with his personal testimony following his AC report at the end. So the list we had earlier is good through the first 16 or 17 people anyway, and we will repost the new list here in a few moments, so, and just redistribute it to board members. But I believe we're ready to go.
Thank you. With that, we'll start with public testimony. Steve Vanek and John McCombs from the Central Peninsula AC, so you'll have 10 minutes, sir.
My name is Steve Vanek. I'm the Secretary of Central Peninsula. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. Get closer.
This is John McCombs. He is the Vice Chairman of the Central Peninsula. He's here to help me answer any questions you might have, as at my age, my memory is not as good as it used to be. We have 13 members on our AC in the Nilchik, and they cover set netters, drifters, seiners, charter people, processors, natives, the whole gamut, sport fishermen. The only problem was when we had our meeting, 6 of the people were outside. So that's why on our voting, we only have 7. So I want to, just for your information, 20-some years ago, the department put 150,000 smolts, hatchery smolts in the Nilchik River, and then they decided they were over flooding the natural fish, so they cut it back to 50,000, and this is the first that I'd heard, that they bumped it back up to 150,000, but they use those fish, those hatchery fish, to put in the Nick Dudiak Lagoon here and Halibut Cove and then Seldovia. So that's probably why they need more in the fish or in the stream. I'm just going to go through, because I only have 10 minutes, a few of these that I thought were important to us. So if you have any questions about any of the others, you can ask me or ask John and I. So we'll look at number 5, the shore fishery. We voted 7-0 against that proposal. We think there's too many moving parts, and this would be a further burden on the department for signage and enforcement for people for the to let the surf fishermen fish closer to the mouths. And then on number 9, review fishing management operates. We amended the proposal to make a GHL of 5,500 because the department didn't have a number. Number 11, 2 rods. the person wanted to do winter kings with 2 rods, and we thought his reasoning wasn't convincing. Maybe we should limit the size of boats participating if that is a problem with him. 13, create a management. We amended that. It's too complicated. There's all kinds of stuff that the department puts in there for so many fish in Anchor River and blah, 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 and so on. It's too complicated. It was amended to state that during the season, the daily bag limit is 1 per day, regardless of whether it is a hatchery or a natural one. Hook and release mortality is too great to allow in these streams. And actually, it's only Ninilchik that has a hatchery. But once you catch a fish, gone, whether it's natural or not. Number 14, those opposed believe that only 1 king daily, hatchery or otherwise, but the other, somebody changed their vote and they said, no, they didn't want they wanted the natural fish released. 15, extend the open area of hatcheries up the river from Ninilchik, from the marker to the weir. We voted absolutely 7-0 against that. There's natural fish that spawn in that area. The hatchery fish go all the way up to the weir because that's where the department puts them in as smolt. But there are fish that spawn in that area. And we oppose fishing in the spawning areas, and it's all private property anyways. There's no access, except if you walk up the stream bed. 16, expand the boundary of youth-only fishery. We voted in favor of that. It doesn't make sense to reduce it to where they put it. Leave it. Number 24, remove the limits of spiny dogfish. We voted yes on that. There's no reason to have a limit. There's overabundance of spiny dogfish. There's no conservation issue there at all. 25, we had a split vote, 1 in favor and 6 against. The 6 that are against it said there's no need to link commercial fishing to sport fishing. We're opposed to that kind of linkage. And if 95% of the fish are caught by the sport fish, why are you punishing the commercial? 26 is the same because that's a ling cod. 27, we agreed to open the sablefish season earlier. It makes sense to us. 29, we voted yes in favor. If a surplus is available, it should be utilized. To penalize a user for an overage that doesn't exist doesn't make sense to us. The guy with the pot is charged with overage. 32, we voted split on that one. 2 in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstained. It's not necessary and it's too wordy, seems to make a problem where none exists. And that's trying to make the dip net fishery in China Poot the same as it is upper inlet. 36, well, let me see. 37 and 38, making the drift gear legal in the special harvest area. We voted against that, 7-0. 7-0 on the set nets. It's working the way it is, and leave it alone. Close the portion of Tutka Bay to commercial fishing, number 41. We voted 7-0 on that. The department already manages Tutka Bay satisfactorily. There's no need to change it. 42, if you do that, and we voted against it, 7-0, the alternative is to close down the whole enhancement program. And I've been on the cooking and aquaculture since it started almost, and that's what'll happen. In years of low hatchery returns, at least some seiners are able to fish for the special harvest area. Otherwise, none would fish it there at all. So it does help some seiners. And number 43, which is the last one we did, this proposal will be heard. Oh, let me see. There is no evidence offered to support this proposal. In Upper Cook Inlet, the pinks are not harvested because of the board action anyway. So that pretty much does all the ones that we were most interested in. So if you have any questions, that would be fine.
And you stayed within the 10 minutes. Thank you. Any questions from any board members? I just have one. Maybe I didn't catch it, but the one that dealt with helicopters, 20.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
29. The
Yeah,
explanation
yep,
given in the notes was there's.
Yeah. No, it was at the bottom of the page here.
Yeah.
And then the thing is over there, the reasons. We were totally in favor of prohibiting helicopters. And the reason is, there is a reason why the closure above the market is in these streams. And the helicopter people come in there to fish silvers and steelhead and maybe kings that are spawning up the river. And they hook and release.
Above that marker, is that what you're
Yeah,
concerned about?
the
Okay.
marker 2 miles up. No, the helicopters go way to hell up there. And so they're up there just to catch silvers and steelhead, hook and release. And we're totally against hook and release, most of us. There's already enough access for the anglers to catch silvers below the markers. They don't need a helicopter to go above. Anglers who walk in to catch dollies are disheartened by anglers who can afford to fly in and with a helicopter. And so we were in favor of prohibiting helicopters up there.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that one out. I skipped that one.
You're more than welcome. Mr. Wood?
In the Tutka Bay Special Harvest Area, how many seiners would you guess fish that?
I don't know, because I used to drift up in the inlet, so I don't know. Do you have any idea, John?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Ask staff that question.
Yeah, they would know, staff would know.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you. Next up is,
Oh, could I do my
yeah, you'll
personal-
be up next. Next up is Steve, doing yourself. There you go.
Okay, and then John will do his end too. All right, my name is Steve Vanek. I live in Ninilchik Village alongside of the Ninilchik River, and I've lived there since 74 or 75. I oppose Proposal 43 to amend the hatchery management plans. I've been on the Cook Inlet Regional Planning Team since it was formed, I don't know how many years ago. There is a process whereby hatcheries are permitted to take so many eggs, and it works well. This process doesn't involve the Board of Fish, nor should it. The Board of Fish has enough to deal with without taking on another responsibility. Think about the time involved in testimony and deliberation. You guys don't need that. The process that is in place works. I'm opposed, myself, opposed to hook and release of salmon. Because I live on the Ninilchik River, I've seen firsthand what happens to a king salmon when it is hooked and released. Even when a fisherman takes the time to release it properly, like you were talking about, with its head upstream, I've seen them repeatedly lie on their side and float downstream. And the angler will grab them and try to do it again and again, but after a while they get tired of it and they want to fish. How many times can a fish be hooked and released before it uses up its fat reserves that are needed to ripen up its eggs? No one can answer that. They tell you 10% mortality, but I don't believe it. When salmon enter fresh water, their eggs are not viable. They must use up their fat to ripen up their eggs. Do they take a lure once and learn not to take it again? No, they're like a dog that will bite a porcupine every time he sees one. That is what they do, the dogs. And so it is with fish. So how many times is that poor fish going to be caught? Unlike a trout, a salmon gets one time to spawn. A trout can be hooked and released, but not salmon. If the eggs and milk are not viable, those eggs are lost, and the escapement goal is not met in reality. Most people who fish in the Ninilchik River do so for meat. Most people are disappointed when they have to release a king. Some are angry enough to kick it back in the water, and I've seen them. I have seen that. Why not let them keep the king and then they are done fishing for the day? If there are excess hatchery fish in the river, then up the daily limit to 3 a day. Yes, but as soon as you catch a natural fish, you're done for the day. So you don't get to hook and release. Whether you caught your daily limit or not, that would avoid the mortality of the natural fish and remove more hatchery fish.
Board have any questions? Thank you, sir. Mr. McCombs, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board members. My name is John McCombs. I've been on the Central Peninsula AC since 1984. Currently, I serve as Vice Chairman. Today, I am representing myself. I agree with all the votes of the AC, however, with one exception. I vote no on Proposal 14. There are a number of reasons for this. When you double the limit on one system and close other systems, it puts undue pressure on that river, which would be the Ninilchik River. I would like to see that one fish limit there. There's also the question of mortality on hook and released fish. Many people lack the skills to release a fish without killing it. It also speaks to opportunity, because if somebody is able to catch 2 fish, they're keeping somebody out of the water when they can catch 1 fish. There's also a problem with identity. A lot of people, you would be totally surprised at how many people cannot tell the difference between a hatchery fish and a wild fish. Those are my remarks for today. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. Next one up is Zachary Larson.
Greetings. My name is Zach Larson. I'm here with my brother Jordan Larson as the original authors of Proposal 256. We strongly support Proposal 256 and would like to thank the board for accepting it out of cycle. We would like to commend the board for prioritizing king conservation on a river that is not yet a stock of concern by passing Proposal 29 at the Bristol Bay meeting last December. While the passing of that proposal certainly has put in place measures to proactively conserve king salmon, it has also severely impeded the ability of sport anglers to reasonably and successfully target other abundant species of Pacific salmon. We have worked incredibly hard to develop a fishery for sockeye that does not include flossing or lining, but relies on a sockeye to bite willingly. After 8 years of hard work building this unique fishery, it was effectively eliminated with the passing of Proposal 29 last winter, as it relied heavily on small flies, lures, and jigs tipped and wrapped with a small piece of shrimp. Without the bait, our catch rates were drastically reduced, and the old standby of flossing was implemented again as the only viable option to target these fish. Proposal 256 would accomplish two things. First and foremost, it would maintain the safeguards for Togiak king salmon put in place by the board last December, and also would allow for increased sport fishing opportunity on species that are abundant with the legal use of non-roe bait. When we singled out roe in this proposal, we intentionally did so to show the board that we are genuinely in support of proactive king salmon conservation, even if it means giving up the single most useful method in targeting king salmon, which in our opinion is cured salmon roe. We are proposing something that we feel would complement the proactive policy the board has adopted for king conservation on the Togiak. Their modification would still prohibit any use of bait until August 1st in the lower river and September 1st above Geeshik Creek, well after peak timing for sockeye, pinks, and chums. The main concern from both ADF&G and Alaska Wildlife Troopers is enforceability and potential regulatory headaches surrounding the definition of the term roe, or fish eggs. Instead of impeding anglers' ability to target other species, why not prohibit the bait that is hands down the most detrimental to king salmon specifically, and allow the use of other bait for other species besides king salmon? A working definition for roe or fish eggs is as follows: any natural fish egg or eggs originating from the gut cavity of a female fish of any species, whether in single form or adhered together by the skein, or any natural or synthetic material, cured or uncured, dyed or natural in color. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Thank you. By the way, anybody that's testifying, if you don't get the chance to get everything you need to be said, done, you have the committee of the whole that'll be coming up afterwards that you can address as well. So, or written comments. Written comments is probably one of the better ways of going about it. Thank you.
Mr. Woods.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Larson, thanks for your testimony. So I'm sure you've read the comments, the concerns from the Department of Public Safety in regard to enforcement, the way the proposal's been written. Are you planning on submitting something in the form of an RC to try and modify the original language of your proposal to satisfy the Department of Public Safety's concerns, or have you given that any thought?
Yes, we've given that a great deal of thought. We will be submitting this public testimony and then that of my brothers as well as RC with the definition that I've tossed out in here. We'll also be submitting another document that specifically defines roe or fish eggs with that definition that we feel could be utilized to prohibit a specific bait type such as that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next up will be Jordan Larson.
Hello, Board of Fish. My name is Jordan Larson, and I am the other author of Proposal 256. I, too, would like to express our support for Proposal 256. I would like to very clearly state that we do not support the suggested modification that the department has submitted for Proposal 256. In their comment, they suggest that bait be prohibited on the Togiak from May 1st to August 1st or September 1st, depending on location, to conserve king salmon. Here are the issues with their suggested modification. Togiak king salmon are not a stock of concern, yet they are suggesting stricter regulations than on the Nushagak, which is a stock of concern, and still allows the use of all bait and allows adult king retention. The Togiak does not have a king salmon closure, Anglers can still retain jacks and actively target adults for catch and release fishing. The whole purpose of us proposing a non-row bait fishery was to promote bait methods that have lower mortality rates on king salmon in the event of bycatch while targeting other species. Allowing bait to be used only after August 1st in the 12 or so miles below Geeshik Creek and after September 1st in the remainder of the Togiak drainage does not solve the unforeseen effects on our sockeye, chum, pink, and coho fishery, which was why we submitted the ACR in the first place. The department opposed Proposal 29 last year at the Bristol Bay meeting because it would reduce sport fishing opportunity. Proposal 256 in its original format would increase angling opportunity and provide safety nets for king bycatch. We understand the biggest concern of the board regarding our proposal is that bait could increase bycatch and possible mortality on king salmon. The department has conducted studies regarding mortality on catch and release king salmon fisheries, one of their recent ones being on the Nushagak in 2017 and 2018. Their study concluded that out of 318 adult kings caught and released, there was only a 6.6% chance of mortality. Here is a direct quote from their study. Bait was used about 58% of the time, similar to the rate in 2017, and 81% of hooking locations were in non-critical areas. Fish were generally released with little bleeding, 89%, and in good overall condition, 80%, similar to rates seen in 2017, end quote. In this study, they were specifically targeting kings. These aren't numbers on kings caught while targeting other species. We can't be any clearer. We do not have any intentions to target Togiak kings with bait. We are trying to get bait back on the table for other species that are abundant. I think that we can all agree that the mortality rate on Togiak kings caught in incidental bycatch while targeting other species would likely have an even lower mortality rate than the one in the study I just mentioned. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Hi, Jordan. Thanks for your comments. So you're trying to get bait back into play, not targeting kings, but you want to use bait for sockeye and coho?
Correct.
And when do you start targeting sockeye?
I mean, depending on the last few years, we've been able to target them very effectively from the last part of June all the way through the end of July.
So your issue is that for the month of July, you would not be able to use any bait,
Correct.
and that would affect your client's ability to target sockeye and catch sockeye.
Yes.
Do you use the other techniques like they use in South Central Alaska for sockeye?
So you and I had this conversation this summer, and I'm glad you brought that up. The Togiak is different from even other rivers in Bristol Bay, right? It's kind of an apples to oranges comparison when you say, hey, why don't you just line them or floss them like they do on the Kenai or the Kasilaf or wherever else? For one, we have incredibly clear water on the Togiak. The only time that it's gonna dirty up and where you could potentially floss them in glacier-style water is if we had incredibly high water from a storm event. But through the summer, the water is incredibly clear. On top of that, we have very inconsistent numbers of sockeye coming into the river due to the commercial net schedule in the bay. There are days where there are a ton of fish moving on gravel bars. There are other days where you might see 10 fish every 20 minutes coming through in pods. So between that and then the incredible clear water, these fish are super wary. I mean, it's unreasonable to take people, especially anglers who are not proficient at lining or flossing, whatever you want to call it, and expect them to be able to catch these sockeye with as weary as they are. I mean, they're like ghosts. So that's why we've implemented and tried to figure out how to make them bite willingly. I mean, why would you want to line, floss, snag fish when you can make them bite willingly? So that's why we worked really hard on this over the last 8 years.
Thanks.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so are there any trout or Dolly Varden in these waters when you're fishing for sockeye?
I mean, they're in the river, yes.
What's your incidental catches on trout and dollies?
I would say dollies are higher than rainbows, but for the most part, I mean, the sockeye, chums, pinks, they all hold pretty much in the same water. When we're targeting sockeye specifically, they're going to be usually sockeye, chums, or pinks typically. There's pretty low bycatch on rainbows or dollies. I would say if there is bycatch, dollies would be higher.
So is it like 20% or 30%? No?
No, I would say probably 5% or less.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jordan. So I'm pretty clear on a technique that you've developed on the Togiak River for catching sockeye specifically, which, quite frankly, I was kind of amazed that it worked, but I'm not going to give away your secret here. I think you also are probably willing to admit that the concerns that the board had last year, concerns public safety's had with the definition and the use of roe for king salmon, because using roe for king salmon is very effective. And I want you to be honest now.
Sure.
While you're fishing for other species, similar to what the commissioner asked, using this technique that you have for sockeye, what's the incidental catch rate on king salmon?
I mean, hard to give a percentage, but again, I would say less than 5%. I mean, if you're going to spend, let's say you have guests there on a 5-day trip, and they're catching their 5 sockeye every day. Out of those 5 days, you might see 2 kings, maybe.
Any other questions? Unlike Mr. Carpenter, I'd be interested in learning your secrets. So.
Well,
And I was involved in the winter king fishery arguments back when there was an attempt by a board member to close the fishery. And Canada supposedly was paying a lot of attention to Kachemak Bay. We had a hard time buying that, and so I reached out to a Canadian scientist who was on the Treaty Commission and asked him if there were stocks of concern being caught of significant numbers being caught in the Kachemak Bay. He did his homework and took him a while to get back to me, and he wrote a letter with permission to read it in front of the board that says there were no stocks of concern of significant numbers getting caught in this fishery. But that was 20 years ago. Times have changed, our methods have gotten more efficient, and they've probably been stocking more fish. So I'll speak to the winter fishery, which is proposals 9 and 10. And the department keeps, in my view, keeps lowering the escapement goals in the streams to provide opportunity. The department's mantra some years ago, maybe as long as 2014, became lower the escapement goal and provide opportunity. That's how it appeared to a lot of us. And so when you're looking at the proposals in front of you for restricting the winter fishery here to maybe 10 fish a year, those of us who live here and feed on those, we would be probably, rather than take that, we would rather have you cut the entire take in half by giving us 1 fish per day instead of 2 fish per day. A result would be we keep feeding ourselves and our neighbors, and believe me, we feed our neighbors, and we would still get fresh fish, and you would cut ostensibly the take in half. So that would be my argument for the winter fishery, and we can work our way through that in the committee. Rockfish, and so as a lot of you have pointed out, as you saw, the rockfish numbers are diving off. We who fish locally are seeing the numbers diving off, and we're seeing smaller fish in the take. I hadn't seen Fish and Game's charts, but it was dead on from what we see visually when we're out there being local fishing idiots. And when you guys, when the circumstances cause the changes in the Middle Cook Inlet and Upper Cook Inlet salmon fisheries, and we drop off on the kings, the guide industry and some of us idiots are going to move out and catch fish to feed ourselves. And those guys are going to catch fish to make a living. And it's a natural.
Please give us your concluding remarks.
Yes, it's a natural way we do things. We we keep taking. So your guys' opinion of those fish dropping off is right on, and we should probably give them a break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person up is Jim Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jim Stubbs. I was on the Anchorage AC from 1999 through 2015. I was the vice chair. I gave all the fish testimonies, so I was up here many times. But what I wanted to talk to you today were my own items that I've come up with, and it's RC 6 and 7 is what I was told, and it's proposal 15 and 16. You can look at it that way. The first one has to do, back in 2016, I put forward to have a youth fishery for kings on the Nilchik. I'm the guy that got that started. And to get it started, they said, well, let's scale it down. So we went from the Sterling Highway Bridge down to Saltwater, which was fairly short distance. Now, this has gotten more successful now, and we're having more kids show up, and so we're starting to crowd into some of these holes. What I want to do is open up the full 2 miles of the river like we do for all the king fisheries that we have there, and let the kids, we can go from hole to hole, or if you don't get there till 9 o'clock, there's still opportunity for these kids to go fish. The whole idea is to have fun. And they love being able to move from one place to the other, not just being stuck in one hole and tell them to cast over and over and over again. They don't understand that. So I'm trying to make it fun for them. So that's why I came up with that. The other thing I had was on number 15 was the Nilchik hatchery fishery starts on the 16th of June. And what I would like to see done, we've already heard the department say 1,800 surplus kings made it up to the weir at the top, and they killed them and gave them to the dog mushers. I want to see that we can put those in our freezer by getting able to fish on them when they're in that 2.5 miles down below. There's no sense in the department spending all this money for these fish and then they end up giving them to a dog musher. I mean, this is unbelievable. I can't believe we don't get the opportunity. Plus, those fish hold in that last 2.5 miles before they move up because nobody's fishing on them. If you let me in there with some of my friends, I'll guarantee you we'll push those fish upstream. That's no problem. And we'll get some fish to put in our freezer. As far as, they said 80% of the fish are the hatchery fish. So if we do hook a wild fish, I said it would be catch and release, no bait. We're seeing anywhere from 3 to 5% mortality at the worst on that. So we're not going to be impacting the wild fish that we're trying to get upstream. We just want to harvest that surplus fish and not have it go to waste and be fed to a dog.
Just don't be so harsh on dog mushers, okay?
I'm not, but when I can't take a fish back to Anchorage and feed the people in my area, and I know somebody's going to go feed their dogs, I don't go for that, so.
Damn thing. Next one up is Madeline Lee.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Madeline Lee, and today I'm speaking as the tribal fish biologist of Chugach Regional Resources Commission, an intertribal fish and wildlife commission authorized as a tribal consortium under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, and organized as a state and federal nonprofit organization. We exist to promote tribal sovereignty and natural resource management, climate change and environmental concerns, and access to healthy traditional foods and clean water. The tribes and tribal members of the Chugach region are the beneficiaries of this organization, which include Tutitlik, Eyak, Port Graham, Nanwalik, Chiniga, Katuchik, and the Valdez Native Tribe. Last month, CERC held a pre-board of fish training in Anchorage where we had several fish and game speak on the division of sport fish, subsistence, and commercial fish, and the overall Board of Fish process to participants from our regional tribes. We really appreciate the time that Fish and Game staff took to join us. The training taught participants about the available opportunities to have a voice in the regulatory process, especially for proposals that affect their communities. By hosting these trainings, we were able to familiarize participants with the Board of Fish proposals and provide resources for them to stay informed. We also practiced comment writing as a group, which made the process less intimidating. With the current push from the board for traditional ecological knowledge, it is imperative that we work with those communities who have traditional knowledge on the resources in their areas and provide an accessible platform for them to share this knowledge. We invite the board to join us for the next training in Anchorage to continue building relationships and making this process more accessible to tribal members. We also thank our tribal members who did attend this Board of Fish meeting, Sarge, Natalie, and Ari, and we also ask for continued involvement from Fish and Game staff in our trainings and appreciate their attendance and expertise last month.
Any questions from board? Jared?
Yeah, in the aggregate, how many tribal members are you representing?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Between the communities you listed off?
I think around roughly 1,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Just encourage you to keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Next person is Dennis Zadra on behalf of the Copper River, Prince William Sound AC. Dennis, there you are. And board members, he's going to be referencing RC 11 if you want to get that in front of you.
Yes, RC 11. Chairman Wood and members of the board. My name is Dennis Zadra, and I've been a commercial fisherman out of Cordova for 34 years. I also operate my own guiding business, which I have done for 27 years. I am the co-chair of the Copper River, Prince William Sound AC, and I sit on the South Central RAC. I am a board member of Cordova District Fishermen United, and I'm also a member of the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. I am here to testify as a representative of our AC against Proposal 43, as our hatchery system is critical to the commercial fishing industry across the state. I'm also here to testify against a board-generated proposal limiting the federal halibut fishery and others in state waters. To address Proposal 43, there is no evidence that reducing hatchery production, especially by such drastic measures, would create a better environment for wild stocks. It is only conjecture. The hatchery program has been a huge benefit for the state. The sport and charter operators enjoy its benefits as well as the commercial fleet. The first hatchery operations in Alaska were started in 1891, and our current hatchery model has been producing salmon for 52 years. These proposals have come before the board many times before and have not been able to pass muster. The board does not have the authority to impose such drastic reduction on a program that is highly regulated with much opportunity for public input. The main proponent of this proposal continues to cite a meeting that happened 23 years ago as justification for this drastic reduction. The wild stock pink salmon runs in Prince William Sound of 2015, 2017, and 2021 were the three highest in the last 22 years and occurred at the current level of hatchery production. This data from ADF&G does not support the assertion that hatchery production is detrimental to wild stock production. Speaking of public input, I would now like to discuss the request from the commissioner for this board to pass a board-generated proposal to give him authority to close any state waters to commercial longline fishing. This proposal does not meet the criteria for a board-generated proposal and is an attempt to step around regular board process. From the board's own manual, and I quote, "Both boards are able to develop and schedule their own regulatory proposals. When the board develops proposals, they follow a joint policy that calls for consideration of criteria that serves the best public interest, requires urgent attention, and provides for reasonable and adequate opportunity for public comment." ADF&G said they have grave concerns over rockfish stocks in Prince William Sound, yet they have no data to support their claim. CDFU has repeatedly asked the department to show us their numbers and the survey reports, and they have not provided us with anything recent and anything that would stand up to scientific scrutiny. We were able to locate the sport fishing survey data for 2022, which shows the reported harvest of Prince William Sound rockfish at 99,576 fish. Applying a conservative weight of 5 pounds per fish, that correlates to a weight of almost 500,000 pounds, which is more than 3 times the commercial GHL. The GHL is based on historical harvest from 1992. We have continued to point out that the most reliable survey of rockfish abundance is the Halibut Commission survey bycatch numbers, and those are showing an increase in rockfish abundance in Area 3A. If there is a real conservation concern for rockfish, which the department first needs to demonstrate to us, then the fishing industry is ready to work with the department to find solutions. We have a lot of ideas, and there's a lot we can do together. However, the proposal to grant the department the power to close any state waters to the commercial halibut fishery is unacceptable to us and of questionable legality. Our small boat longline fleet in Cordova urgently depends on the state waters of Prince William Sound to be able to safely and efficiently harvest their halibut. Closing large areas of Prince William Sound would force those vessels out into the Gulf of Alaska and possibly endanger lives. Also, the Federal Halibut Act does not delegate any management authority to the state over the halibut fishery. While the department has been careful to word the recent closure as a closure to gear types, it is a de facto closure to directed halibut fishing, and therefore likely to be challenged in court if made permanent. I'd like to reiterate that if there's a real conservation concern for rockfish that the department can back up with real numbers, then we are ready to work with the department to find solutions. We have a unique opportunity in Alaska with our board process where any individual can present, testify, and be part of the entire regulation-making process. It is imperative that all user groups have the opportunity to voice their concerns, and it is incumbent on the board to deliberate considering this public input. This proposal does not meet the criteria for a board-generated proposal because pushing something as controversial as this into the Kodiak meeting in early January will completely sidestep this wonderful public process. If the department is so truly worried about rockfish in Prince William Sound, then they can submit another emergency petition when perhaps 80% of the GHL is caught in 2024. In the meantime, we can actually work together to find solutions. Drastic and permanent changes to the state law, however, absolutely need to be brought in at a regular board cycle meeting. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Any questions, Mr. Godfrey?
Dennis, good to see you.
Likewise.
Are you actively or have you historically participated in both halibut and rockfish fisheries?
Yeah, I'm not actively doing it now, but I did for 17 years.
For 17 years?
Yes.
And what about halibut?
Both, you know. Actually, it was just halibut, but we caught plenty of rockfish too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Just one for myself. I was contacted, I'm not going to mention any, but somebody that also had almost identical concerns to what you're testifying here today. And I encouraged him to meet with staff and see what solutions there are out there that may address a problem, if there is a problem. And I don't know if he's taken me up with that or not. I sent him over to Forest Bar as he has. You're shaking your head, yeah. You might do the same if you haven't done so already, is reach out with the department and see indeed whether your ideas can be implemented and whatever solution does come forward. I have not seen any board-generated proposal thus far, so I can't respond to specifics.
Well, for sure, no, we're just trying to, I guess, nip it in the bud.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Now you can go into your personal testimony.
Okay, and this is my personal testimony, and it can be referenced with RC 10. Again, for the record, my name is Dennis Adra, and I live in Cordova. I offer this as my personal testimony. When I first started guiding in Alaska in 1992, I was fortunate enough to end up in the Brooks Range. The first band of Dall sheep I ever laid my eyes upon was a group of 13 rams, and they were all full curl or better. I was fascinated. Early in my gill netting career on the Copper River in 1996, I was getting ready to make my first low water set of the season. When I set my net, it exploded with kings, 122 to be exact, with a 32-pound average. I guided on the Mulchatna River in 1993 and saw thousands upon thousands of caribou, and the limit was 2 bulls for each hunter. I have seen the bounty that this state can produce, and it is incredible. That is not where we are at now. Many of Alaska's fishing game resources are in trouble from low sheep numbers, the Nelchina caribou herd at record low numbers, no chums are kings in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, diminishing kings on the Nushagak River and the Kenai. Yet the department that is tasked with managing the fishing game resources of the state seem to be distracted with these constant attacks on commercial fishermen. Halibut fishermen have been fishing Alaska waters for over 100 years. Hatcheries have been in place for over 50 years. If the department and the public are looking for the cause of these recent changes in stocks, they're not going to find them in the small boat fishing fleet, which has been here longer than statehood and has only shrunk in recent decades. In 1973, Alaskans, realizing that our fish populations were a limited resource and could not sustain unlimited users, passed the Limited Entry Act, limiting the number of commercial fishing permits. However, the same logic seems to have never been applied to the sport fishing sector. If we are in fact seeing localized depletion of rockfish stocks in Prince William Sound, I suggest the department and the board focus their attention on what has changed in the last 50 years, and that is the shocking increase in effort by the sport and charter fleet. In 2022, the sport harvest on the North Gulf, Prince William Sound area rockfish was 99,000 fish, which is almost 500,000 pounds. In 1996, the sport harvest was 33,000 fish. That is a 300% increase in 25 years that dwarfs the entire 150,000 pound GHL for the commercial fishery. This board-generated proposal is not about rockfish conservation, but more about state control of a federally managed fishery and has serious legal ramifications. Perhaps a review of the Magnuson-Stevenson Act is in order to clarify these ramifications. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Next up is Mike Crawford. See, we did get to you, Mike.
Good afternoon. This is, I'm the chairman of the Kenai Soldotna Fishing Game Advisory Committee, but I think I'll be doing that later. So this is my personal testimony, which I usually don't do when I come to the Board of Fish, so there's no confusion, but there would be a time break, and I think there won't be a problem here today. I'm a retired, I guess I'm retired fish charter boat captain out of Homer and Seward, and I've been out in the saltwater quite a bit, and I'm familiar with some of those issues. I'm certainly in favor of developing a sustainable, healthy fishery for king salmon here in Cook Inlet in the winter and the summer. It's been a growing fishery. It's been very successful. I think if we had affected that to a harmful point, we'd see some signs of that, but the fishery keeps growing and the success is growing and growing with it. Proposal 18 is to modify the rockfish bag limits. This is from Fish and Game. It doesn't make it very clear here. It says a pelagic rockfish bag and possession limit of 3 fish, no annual limit, no size limit. And then the next line, non-pelagic rockfish bag and possession limit of 1 fish, no annual limit, no size limit. Is that 3 and 1, or is the 1 part of the 3? So they didn't make their own proposal very clear, like their regulations have always been pretty clear what that was. Proposal 19, I think, addressed the situation better. And I like that one because it allowed someone that, like myself, that likes to travel overnight, stay out overnight in the ocean, and come back with two daily limits and a possession limit. And that reduced the bag limit on rockfish down to 3 from 5, and 6 in possession, of which only 1 per day and 2 in possession may be non-pelagic rockfish, which is called a yellow eye, but there's other rockfish that are involved in that, quillbacks and silver grays and all kinds of other fish that we catch out there, tigers and others. So those are longer living fish, and we need to take care of those. The other proposal that I'd like to talk about, and we've asked for this, both as when I was a charter captain and now as just a private angler, to reduce the bag limit on lingcod. We've asked for years and years, and the department has always defended that there's plenty of lingcod, and we need to leave it at 2 here in this area. But we've seen reductions in how easy they are to catch. They're an easy fish to locate, and we certainly have had a tougher time catching those fish in recent years. I'm not saying you can't do it. I mean, I go out there and I'll get my lingcod, but it's noticeable that instead of taking 15 minutes to limit my charter boat, because I put a limit of 1 on my customers. Instead of taking 15 minutes to catch 6 fish, now it takes 3 hours. So there's a lot more effort going into it. It's not, I'm moving around to other rocks and mountains and pinnacles, and so it's not that I'm fishing one spot and well, they're not here anymore. I think we've impacted the fish across the board. So I'd like to see that limit drop to 1 and 2 in possession, like we have in, I believe we have in Prince William Sound and Upper Gulf Coast.
Any questions? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next up is Kim Landine.
Mr. Chair, Board, my name is Kim Landine. I am the current Assistant Director at Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. I am speaking today on my own behalf. Just as a quick introduction, since I am new to this process, I am a year-round resident, homeowner, and business owner in Gustavus, the southern access point into Glacier Bay National Park. I live there with my husband and my 2 beautiful, very intelligent, and at times very feral little girls, who I lovingly call my cubs. Both my husband and I participate in the guided sport fleet, where we both hold our Coast Guard-issued 6-pack licenses. In addition to being on the water, my husband also manages the largest fleet in the area. My 4- and 5-year-old little cubs have found their own place in the fleet. They gather trash and they clean boats for our captains at night, often being rewarded with cookies and at times dollar bills to their delight. This is a fishery that we provide the needs for our family for. This is a fishery we have built a life in Alaska around. This is a fishery that we project into our future based on the stability and based on the success of this fishery. I am deeply committed to the success of this fishery. I acknowledge it is not the only fishery in Southeast Alaska. For the record, I support 257, I oppose 258, and I oppose 259. My personal key value in engaging in these spaces are respect and sustainability for the resources, as well as sustainability and the highest possible experience for all user groups, something that I do believe can be achieved here in Alaska because of the open process. And it is with that focus that I am here at this meeting to speak to Amendment 259. I'm a newer member in this space, but I am not new to reading code. I'm not new to reading law. And as I have participated and I've tried to become educated in this situation, I have read 259 and I have read RC 178, which included the word sport fishery at time of signing. These words create confusion when looked at in the entirety of the bill. For example, in Objective B, point 5, Chair, would you like time to pull that up, or can I just read it? Do you mind if I just read this, or would you like the board time to look this proposal up? Perfect, I'll just read it. Any projected unused balance and sport allocation may transfer to the troll fishery at a date determined by the department. Provide, this is in captions, provide stability to the sport fishery by eliminating in-season regulation changes, except those necessary for conservation purposes. This language was signed by all 3 parties. My question to the board, and my question I would ask to any of the signers willing to talk, is why is this language necessary in this RC? If the intent of the RC was to manage in season to an annual 20% harvest ceiling, there wouldn't be no additional allocation for transfer. Ideally and hypothetically, that would be taken up by the sport fleet. There would be no need if in-season management was the management level that was being directed in the RC. It seems to me that the decision before the board is not as simple as reintroducing 2 words into code as seen in the signed RC. I appreciate your time, board. We'll bring the rest up tomorrow.
Any questions? Thank you. Moving on now to Forrest Braden.
Okay.
And you're going to be referencing PC 222, correct? Okay.
At least those are our written public comments, and I think I'll make reference to them. Forrest Braden testifying for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, based in Ketchikan. SEGO is a trade organization representing roughly half of Alaska's guided sport fishing fleet. And we do appreciate and like to acknowledge those of you who made yourselves available to us to understand the sport issues and how they affect businesses in the coastal neighborhoods and the people they support. SEGO supports Proposal 257 that aligns the King Salmon Management Plan, or KSMP, with the new preseason modeling. We oppose 258. We oppose 259. 259 asserts that a language change made after the adoption of RC 178 that changed the Southeast King Salmon Management Plan changed the intent of the RC, and that the current KSMP should be managing the sport fishery in season to meet an annual allocation. And SEGO was one of the three organizations that signed RC 178 that was a substitute for Proposal 82 and was adopted by the board. And 178 was specifically written to replace the in-season management structure of Proposal 82. That's why it was a substitute. And using on-average management to target the 80-20 allocation between troll and sport over time to achieve stability for the sport fishery and to provide resident angler priority. If the goal of RC 178 had been to manage the fishery in season to an annual 20% allocation, that's what Proposal 82 already did. So there would have been no need for the stakeholder discussion that took place. The sport fishery has been managed on average for more than 2 decades. It's critical to our fishery, that style of management, if we're trying to stay within historic allocations and still provide angler opportunity and achieve regulatory stability. It allows high abundance underages in the fishery, which occur naturally to offset the low abundance overages that occur in the fishery because of insufficient low abundance allocation. Some questions to consider. How is RC 178 different from Proposal 82, for which it was substituted, and why was it structured that way? What purpose would significant reductions in non-resident harvest in the higher abundance tiers of RC 178 serve if there was no intent to offset overharvest in low abundance? Why did Member Mitchell, who led the stakeholder negotiations, introduce RC 178 as, quote, an 80-20 allocation managed on an average between the troll and sport fishery? Why didn't stakeholders immediately challenge the dialogue during deliberations that clarified the intent of RC 178 to manage on average over time without in-season regulatory changes? The unchanged language in RC 178 was the exact language from previous versions of the KSMP from 2003 to 18 that did not direct the department to manage in season. Based on the essence of stakeholder negotiations and the following clarity on the mechanics of the RC brought to record during deliberations, SEGO did not question the language in the RC. Our understanding is that adopting Proposal 259 at this meeting would direct the department to manage in season, which would be a great detriment to the sport fishery. Any deep discussion of the KSMP should be left for the next scheduled meeting in Southeast in January of 25. The last 2 times the sport has addressed the KSMP, it has been done out of cycle and or out of region. Please take this meeting as a primer to the needs of our user groups and postpone opening up the KSMP till the Ketchikan meeting so stakeholders can be fully engaged. Thank you.
Any questions? I just have one. I want to make sure I understood. You and I met last night for some time. There were other folks involved as well. And I understood you to say that the 2 words that we're talking about, the sports, would make any difference to you whether they're in or out as far as the in-season management decision. Am I phrasing your position correctly?
I was undetermined at the time, and I've since learned that if you do put those words back in, that it would mean in-season management.
And what changed your mind from last night till today?
Well, it wasn't like it was just an understanding that the department's use of the language, that's how they tried to capture the intent of the original negotiation, the original RC. And my understanding is that it was just, I mean, they were really under the gun to put this on the table. So I think Member Chair Carlson, Mark Carlson von Dort at the time, had held the meeting. And so they were really under the gun to get this on the table. And I think it was just, they just couldn't do everything all at once, trying to meet the timeline. But I don't think it was intentional change from the original RC and then removing that language. I think they were removing the language to capture board intent, not to pull something underhanded, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's my intention at this time, once we get to discussion of those 3 proposals specifically, I'm going to have the department put on record how it is that the language came to be changed. Did you or your organization play any role in that?
Absolutely not. No, this was a surprise to us that there was even an issue here.
Okay. Any questions from board members? No. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Next up is Rick Bates.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Bates, and I'm a charter captain and Alaska resident. I support Proposal 257. I oppose Proposal 258, and I oppose Proposal 259. As you've heard, managing for average provides long-term stability of the resource for all users. We must keep in mind that decisions made have an effect on the entire Southeast Alaska economy, not just the user groups of the fishery. Furthermore, the topics we're examining today, I feel, are best discussed and decided when addressed at the location where they affect said user groups. Stability and catch numbers by average over the long term have proven effective. I believe all involved parties and the resource benefit from being guided by long-term vision and management rather than chasing a moving target of in-season adjustments. If the intent of the proposals was to follow the historical trend and continue to manage by average, are we missing the totality of the agreement by being hung up on a couple of words? I believe these proposals at issue need to be taken up in cycle where it affects the involved user groups of the resource. A discussion about Southeast Alaska fisheries management is best discussed in Southeast Alaska, where the stakeholders have more access to voice opinions and management ideas. I'm an Alaska resident and fortunate enough to be here today to voice my concerns. This is not the case for many of my peers who cannot be here today for a variety of reasons. All the user groups here today depend on the king salmon resource to support our families and businesses. I too depend on the stability of the king salmon resource for my family and provide my children with what they need to grow and thrive. By all involved parties. Further management and agreements need to be addressed in cycle where the users have more access and input. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Monty Roberts.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Monty Roberts. I'm a resident of Soldotna. I'm a Kenai River fishing guide, president of the Kenai River Guide Association, and a member of the Kenai Soldotna AC. But today I just want to talk about, represent myself and specifically proposal number 5, which probably wouldn't have guessed that I want to talk about beach fish and halibut, but I don't have anything to do in May and June anymore. So I go down and I go beach fishing for halibut. And there is a surprising limit to the amount of area that you can beach fish halibut when we take king salmon management protection actions. I've never seen a king salmon caught, and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of people beach fishing for halibut when they're beach fishing with cut bait on the bottom. I don't know, the proposal doesn't go far enough to probably make it prescriptive enough to eliminate any possible chance of impacting king salmon, but I would say that it would be pretty easy to do that. And you could already just limit it to not remove them from the water, remove the hook or cut the line and release unharmed. But I would really like more area opened up for beach fish and halibut because it gets pretty crazy. You're casting 100, 150 yards with 10 knot tides, so people that move in 50, 75 yards down from you will end up crossing your line. So it's a big space needed activity. Thanks.
Any questions? Mr. Godfrey?
Hi, Monty. Good to see you. What's your success rate on beach halibut?
Catch one or two a tide sometimes. That would be a great day. If you and a couple buddies went down there and you got one 10-pounder, it's a good day. Got 2 of them, you're going, whoo. But
So the outer limit's probably 20 pounds and above. You're probably not getting those there.
you know, I've seen a 100-pounder caught, and you know it's possible, but that's albatross. It don't happen very often.
So it's a fishery that requires great patience.
Yep.
Thank you, Monty.
Any other questions, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Monty. I'm just curious, I'm not exactly familiar with the particular landscape around this area. So is there a particular reason why this spot is the area where you would like more area opened up versus other places? Is it the nature of the depth of the water, can you explain that a little bit?
No, so basically, the water's closed from, and I would actually defer to the department because I don't fish saltwater a whole lot, so I go to where I know that's open instead of where I know that it's closed. But basically, they close all that lower beach within a mile or mile and a half of the shore to protect migrating king salmon to all fishing. So it used to be and we used to have a lot of fun and catch a lot of fish down there, halibut and kings. But understandably so, it's closed to protect king salmon migrating through there. But there's really no reason not to allow beach fishing for halibut in there while it's closed for king salmon.
Just a quick follow-up. So then your assessment is that this is not necessarily an angle to try and catch king salmon in an area that's currently closed. You really think that there's just more people that are getting into beach fishing for halibut, and the more area, the less crowded it is? Is that what I'm getting?
Correct. I can show you pictures of Kasilov Beach last year where in one weekend, 150 anglers lined up. And when it gets that crowded there, nobody catches anything because they're tangling up. And so giving them, what is it, 46, 47 miles of beach that gets closed to king salmon conservation allows them to spread out and get in areas that, we're not sitting on top of each other.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Mr. Payton?
Thank you. A follow-up to Member Carpenter. Those, specifically, those are popular access points to allow people that don't have boats to fish from shore, like Deep Creek and the Nelchik. So,
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Monty. Next up, Gary Dymore. We're going to try and conclude today at around 5 o'clock.
My name's Gary Diamond. I'm a longtime Kenai Peninsula resident. I live on my satnet site in the Nilchik. I got 6 permits. Our family has 9 permits altogether. We fished the line sites there in the Nilchik. We never fished one day. Not one day. Looking at the numbers here, I asked for some paper copies. 16,000 kings were caught in this district last year, 18 up to 20,000 kings. They fished 7 days a week. We never fished an hour. Tell me where that's been fair. Kodiak harvested 12,000 kings. The set netters down here fished 3 days a week for almost 3 months. Kodiak, the same thing. I never fished 1 hour. I bought all my permits. I paid my shore fisheries lease. I paid my borough taxes. I never fished an hour.
We can hear you, sir.
I'm very pissed off.
I can sense that.
If something needs to be done, something needs to be done. How can these guys fish 7 days a week and I don't fish an hour? It's not right. Kodiak, same thing. Set netters down here, same thing. I don't get it. There's ways to catch kings up there. I'm all for the shallow nets, and this is all going to come up here in a couple months. But all these kings that are caught down here, between the Shelikof Straits, Kodiak, Kachemak Bay, all affect me and my family and all the other east side set netters. You guys have bankrupted me. That's all I got to say.
Any questions? I just would encourage you, you're going to do it anyway, is to come to that UCI meeting and share with us your experience with shallow nets at your site, so that we have that on the record as well.
I'll do that. I started fishing shallow nets way before the experiment, 1994.
Yeah, and
Of
let's
my
save that for
18
the
nets.
UCI, but I really encourage you to
Okay,
participate.
I'll be there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So you're fishing, you have been fishing shallow nets. What is that depth?
The depth of my 18 nets, the deepest I've fished since 94 is 30 meshes. But of the 18 nets I fish, 6 of them have been 24 meshes deep since 94. And you could look at my king salmon catch records, and it's cut my king catch down to almost nothing, even when there was lots of kings. We are targeting the red salmon fishermen. Our sites mostly catch the Casilla fish, and we do get the Kenais later, but we're the line sites in the Nilchik. It's about 25 miles from this spot. We have the furthest site south on the east side.
Right now, what depth could you fish, and what some of these other people, what are they fishing?
I'd say the vast majority up the beach fish 45 meshes deep. Big difference from like 9 feet of net to 20 feet deep.
Are all those people willing to reduce the length of their nets too?
Well, there's a lot of them that aren't. They're
I
just
know.
stubborn and bullheaded. Yeah. But I tell you what, there's no difference between a 24 mesh deep net and a 45 in catching red salmon. Red salmon are on the surface, and the kings are down deep.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
I don't recall if you were in Anchorage. I guess it would be about three years ago when there was a number of proposals that would provide some relief to your user group that you participate in. Was there a proposal from a few years ago that you were supportive and thought would address this issue? Because we did have some of these in front of us. Or is there one that you would be authoring that you'd bring forward to the board?
Well, the shallow nets is definitely, in 42 years of set netting, definitely, I don't care what anybody says, I'm going by strictly experience, catch way less kings. Absolute fact. And the guys that want to fish the 45s, I just don't get it. What are you going to do? Stick with the 45s and not fish? Or are you going to shallow go up to 24 or 26? Come up with a shallow number and fish? I just say, you bankrupted me.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Next person up is Teague Vanek.
Thanks for calling me before 5. My name's Teague Vanek. I live in the Nilchik, right down on the river, and I have a front deck view of what goes on there with the sport fishery in the Nilchik for the kings, and I've lived there pretty much my whole life since I was 8 years old. I'm not in favor of Proposal 14. I agree that more hatchery fish could be caught, but I'm against anything that promotes catch and release. Catch and release of salmon is the ultimate waste of our valuable salmon resource, and you'll never convince me that it's a 10% mortality rate. And I would like to see the state do a study where they not just did the fish swim away when they let it go, and not just did it spawn, but did the eggs survive? That's the study that needs to be done. And especially like fish that are multiple, catch and release situations. So I think people should have to keep every salmon they catch. If there's extra hatchery kings, then raise the limit on them. But if you catch a wild one, you should keep it and be done fishing for the day. Maybe have a season limit of 2 wild kings. Once you catch the 2, you're done for the year. And as For Ninilchik, I'm not in favor of opening the river above the 2-mile marker. Some of the wild fish use this area for spawning, and I'm not in favor of fishing on spawning grounds. If too many hatchery fish are making it up to the weir and have to be culled, then find a way to cull them lower in the river, like at Garrison's Bridge or somewhere else where more of them are fit for human consumption. I agree with the guy. Why are you feeding them to the dogs? People would line, if you put a sign in the post office and says, we have fresh kings for people to eat, they would line up for them. Put an ad on the radio, you know? And that, to me, that is just as legitimate as people down there catching them on a fishing pole. It's food going on people's tables. Also, opening that stretch of the river would increase the catch and release of kings under that proposal. So that's my comments on the Ninilchik. And then I have comments on the winter kings. I'm in favor of proposal 10 to establish a season bag limit of 10 kings in the winter fishery. I do participate in this fishery quite a bit, and I have for 25 years. It has definitely grown in popularity over that time. And I don't subscribe to the attitude that these fish don't originate in Cook Inlet, so it doesn't matter how many we take. I hate that kind of attitude. It's like the Kodiak fishermen saying, well, these are cookies, you know, we can catch all the cookies we want, and, you know, never mind that they're headed for Cook Inlet. So I don't buy that, even if they're going to Canada or something. So is that it? I thought I heard a beep. Oh, okay, I'm done. Well, I was going to talk about the hatchery proposal too, but. Sure.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Godfrey?
As a non-fish biologist, you can probably imagine it's hard for me to decipher where reality lies when you hear conflicting data and studies, and you have empirical and anecdotal comments on one side, you have a scientific study on the other. And I got to be honest, I do not know what the mortality rate is. I really don't. And I don't have an abundance of confidence on either side, generally because empirical and anecdotal evidence has value, but it tends to lack methodology and calibration and replication, right? Scientific method's not there. But you raise a good point in your testimony about the viability of eggs after they've been caught. I say all of that to ask you, beyond anecdotal and empirical observation, are you aware of any study whatsoever that would support what you observe with your eyes or what your theory is?
I couldn't quote it, but I thought there was a study on the Little Sioux with silvers, and there was a very high mortality rate. And, you know, fish transitioning from saltwater to freshwater. That was one. I think there was another one that possibly happened in Oregon. I can't remember which river, but at any rate. But anecdotally, and what we actually see, and I'm right in the prime spot to see it, is just like my dad was up here testifying earlier. You know, some people, they know what they're doing and they can let them go, and maybe that one will do okay. I have seen so many people just kick them back in the water. I've seen people not, obviously they wanted a picture with it or something, and dragging it by the gills, and they're kind of pretending to keep it in the water, walked 100 yards upstream, showed his buddies, and threw it back. And then right out in front of my house, 10 minutes later, there's a dead salmon right out in front of my house on the bottom of the creek.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So.
Any other questions? Greg?
Through the chair, I can't recall, but can you use bait on the Ninilchik at all?
Yeah, I believe at times you can.
Well, when you bring up silvers, you know, bait for silvers, there's a high mortality, much higher than kings would ever be. But I'm just curious if you can catch, Israel, can you catch Can you fish for bait on the Nilchik?
Yes.
Okay.
I hope so, because I caught one that way.
Okay. Well,
Everybody else was doing it. You know?
That's going to be a classic.
I don't know. I listened to this on the bait issue, okay? I'm an avid king salmon fisherman, have been I was born here. I've caught probably 1,000 kings in my life, and we fished a lot for bait. We knew how to release them. We did not have a mortality rate of even close to 10%. I would say our mortality rate was more like 1 or 2%, and if it was bleeding, we kept the fish. So when I keep hearing that there's this high mortality rate with catch and release, yes, if you don't do it properly, there is. You have to nurse that fish, you know, so it swims out of your hand. You can't just dump the net in the water and turn the fish upside down because it drowns. So I'm just telling you, if you know how to release them, there is not a high mortality rate. If you don't, there sure can be.
And can I respond to that? So, okay, it'll be real short. You know, if you've lived in Alaska for 65 years or however long, I'm sorry, I don't know your age, but you know, and you've caught 1,000 of them, and you've really worked at it to do a good job. There are so few people like that out in front of my house. There are people that had just got here last year, people from all over the world that don't know what they're doing.
Let's bring that to a close, and Greg, you can go fish in front of his house and show him. Okay. We're going to take up the testimony of Todd Hoppy, and then we're going to call it an evening. Todd Hoppy? Hoppy? Am I mispronouncing it? No, here he comes. Okay.
Last one for the day. I don't know if that's good or bad. Chairman Woods, members of the board, my name is Todd Hoppy.
Just a second, Todd. Hold on, folks. Take your conversations outside. Okay, Todd, you have the floor.
I'm a commercial fisherman that lives here in Homer. I am here on the record. I'm here testifying on my behalf. I'm here to talk about Proposal 28. I was made aware of this proposal last night, so I did not get written comments submitted. I have a concern on this proposal. The author of it, as it reads to me, is wants to take what he's determining unused jig quota and roll it into the Cook Inlet sablefish fishery. I looked up the last 4 years in that fishery, 2020 and 2023, there was absolutely no participation. 2021, 3 vessels made 14 landings for 12,000 pounds of sablefish. 2022, six vessels made 7 landings for 4,400 pounds. So as I look at this, what concerns me is to take one fish from another user group that may still have some ability to jig in the summer. And in the fall, depending on what the trigger date, it's reading July is when that sablefish fishery opens. And it would flip-flop the fishery, be creating a new fishery where he'd actually be targeting the Pacific cod and the sablefish would be the bycatch, is what my concern is. I'm a pot fisherman that strictly pretty much pot now for Pacific cod and sablefish out in the Gulf. And I don't have a fight in this game, but this proposal did get my attention. I felt compelled to speak about it and bring it to your attention as I see it. I do have friends that are jig fishermen, so that's where my heart's coming from in this. And that's all I need to do, and keep it short and sweet as the last guy tonight. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming, Homer. We'll see you in Kodiak.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, everyone, to testify. We have a couple announcements, and I just want to put everybody on notice that following the 2 committee of the holes on groups 1 and 2, we will go into deliberations, which very likely will be tomorrow sometime. So if you have an RC, get it in either tonight or early in the morning if you think we're going to have time to read it prior to deliberations. It's just a word to the wise. With that, I'll turn it over to Art, and you have some announcements about the shuttles or whatever. Right?
Just a quick one about the shuttle that's going to be going back and forth to the reception this evening. It's supposed to be leaving here at approximately 15 and 45 after the hour, and will be leaving the cannery, returning to here on the hour and at 30 after the hour.
Is it a bus or what is it?
I don't know whether it's a van. There's
Okay.
supposed to be a sign or something on there that will say shuttle or something. So
Okay.
don't just jump into random cars, people.
Have a good evening, folks.